So first item will be, I guess to approve the agenda. You want to add any changes to the agenda?
I had a note, Charlie, let me see where I put it. Last meeting, we talked about needing to purchase more stone for the road department. Do we need to put an amendment item on the agenda for that?
I thought we put an amendment when we did
That was,
previous.
well, that was a question. I didn't catch that. If we did, we're good.
My recollection is
Okay.
that we made that amendment when we did the previous
Okay.
amendments.
Then we're good, and I have nothing to change.
I move we approve the agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Update from the Joint Development Authority. There you go.
I've handed out a report to you. This is my September report and the meetings I've held and a couple additional things going on that I can't really talk about. But anyway, there are things starting to happen, so that is good.
Got some code name projects here.
Yes.
Excellent. Morning.
Morning. Hey, update from Parks and Recreation.
Football's still going on right now. Basketball reservations are starting to pick up. They'll end at the end of the month. As you can see, we started the bathroom kind of feel warm, and they're coming along really good. They should start playing the ball this week. Wait on Georgia. That's going to be a big plus once we get rid of those old machines. We got several projects we're doing at Clear Creek right now. We've got a local business who's going to donate some money for the back gates. And
Wow.
yeah, so there's going to be about 8 back gates for that'll be real nice.
The barn, filled with machines.
No machines. We'll have to self-grow. That's what we got to go through. We're also doing some curb work around the backstops, off the chain list. We've already got the curb set up and our forms, and he's donating all the leftover concrete to dump and pay dumps. He's going to bring to you guys and nothing you do. So that's going to help out a whole lot to keep that stone that we put in from Washington back into the field. I've had several inquiries about the park out there. People won't be able to turn to spring, so I say we're going to have several turns take place in spring and summer out there. And the park will probably host 3 ourselves out there, but then the rest of them will be part of the leased out to individuals to bring people to. Swimming pool, the track is working on transporting the boat up here, and just some final truck that can bring. It's got a small building that goes with the boat. It kind of houses everything that the electrical work with fans and lights and stuff like that. And they contracted the guy put the heaters in, and they sent me the quote on it yesterday, and they're about $45,000 for heaters. So they're working on their funding and about to get all in place. So that'll be a go for them.
Back to your tournaments, do you have a fee structure, or is it, how does that work?
It's a
Not a big detail view, but
it's a per field, per team price where it is, and then also if they want use the concession stand, then it's actually we got fountain drinks in there. It's a per cup price. We provide the cups for them, and then that would make the money off the product that sell drinks. So it's comparable to surrounding counties and how they do theirs.
so you've got prices basically.
Yeah, it's also there ready to go. I got a whole bunch of things already draws up and everything. It's ready to go. Anybody just get to do it. Correct. Like before, the average, if the average team they come into town, they put about $3,000 in the car. We could do well.
It's funny how they pay for the kids to play off. So they will say, well, they were having money.
Is that an
Well, I think his concern is noise, and I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do about that.
Could we plant some Leland cypress?
Actually, I was thinking about that very thing.
I mean, that's a sight and somewhat of a noise.
Yeah.
But it deadens most of it.
I think that would be,
I think would be a good neighbor we should consider doing that.
and it wouldn't be expensive.
No,
So,
and they grow really fast.
Yeah.
now, as somebody who's never been able to get anything to grow, what time of year should I plant it?
Winter.
Okay. Kevin, you want to take the lead on that? There's some Leland cypress out there, line that side of it.
Yeah, well, we had a year turn out there. We had a mentally turn take place on one Friday night. I didn't hear anything from them, so.
Well, I would, I try to put myself in his position and so forth. I would appreciate an effort on that part.
We do that too. I like to put some around the top of the base, to where it kind of shields the actual playing field from the parking lot.
Well, that's something we get a lot of bang for the buck.
Sure it is.
I see it in sport, I'm good to have a good for my half line, getting spit right. Okay. He's talking about some there.
Kevin, you may not be staying for the rest of the meeting, but the question we had last time about the Boys and Girls Club and Georgia Power deed and that relative to that spot, did you find out anything?
Yeah, I said it to, sorry.
Well, the fact that it is deeded, which we kind of already knew.
Right.
And Kevin sent me the details on that, when it was deeded and so forth. What we still need though, is to run that line. Do you know if we've ever done that?
I talked to Kerry about it the other day and told him that whenever he's ready, I got another taker, I'll be more than happy to come down there at his convenience. Just let me know.
I think we do need to run a line and see just where it goes, but we are confident now that the property belongs to the county, so I don't see any reason why we can't go forward with the lease if we want to, because that lets them start their fundraising. They're not looking to build right now. And whether they build, 3 foot this way or 3 foot back, I don't think it's going to be a major thing.
Whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Okay.
If you're driving by one there, just let me know.
I'll just put my notes in my truck in the morning.
Or
Kevin, I assume you mentioned the bubble, if they're raising funds to pay for it.
my understanding is the bubble's already been purchased, the bubble pumps. The heaters is what they're, insurance funding on it.
Okay, anything else in Parks and Rec? Bike path golf course.
Well, I actually thought, me and Kevin were sitting here talking, I thought play had slowed down some, which it has, and always does when the football season starts. But I just looked back, we were talking about looking back last September, and we're actually over what we did last September, not a whole lot, but we are over, good. We did have our tournaments last, month down, they were down, so, I don't know, probably a little bit, they had good turnout, but not like they did the first year. And theirs is on Friday, so we're gonna have to address that. So that's a big day for us. I mean, we still did okay, but we probably would have done better if we hadn't had the tournament, because the weather's just too beautiful. I'll get with them. And West Warren, of course, was, that's one of the S's, big one here. So we'll have large cars for it, it's cool. And that's on Wednesday, which is a slower day. So we like to have, we like to have the bigger tournaments. You don't mind when you take up a busy day, but the smaller ones, we won't have to work with them and see if we can do that on a different day. We didn't lose money, but we would do better if they had more players. We have one this month, which is the sheriff's, I call it sheriff's. Again, that was forward. He always comes in late and wants to do it after everybody else has already had theirs, so we'll see how the weather turns out. He's giving away a lot of his stuff, so maybe we get pretty good enough. It's slow and it's a little bit on the end, so it's slow. So we'll We got two projects going right now, that kind of what Kevin mentioned, we're not the bathrooms on the course, we've got, locks up, doors, windows are in, we're just waiting on a material list for the roof. I talked to him yesterday, and he said his boss sent it, and we didn't get it, so we'll get those, we'll back here in the next couple of weeks, so we'll be done. And of course, like I mentioned last time about the water, I thought the homeowners were going to be able to tap into their water and use it. Not that big of an issue on both of them, but we'll have to have a tank or anything, or use our irrigation or anything to run forward and stuff, which is a big plus. Then the other one is the pro shop. We got in DJ, he's not up there now, actually. He's been coming off and on, and didn't have anything else to do. We've got all the cooking equipment out, it's in the basement. Got to redo some walls and stuff, get the backsplash off. It's just discolored so bad. I went and bought some new to replace them, and it's discolored so bad. We're putting out more money trying to get it to match up. I want to go a little different route with that. The only, we're keeping the cost down, which is good, for Tell Charlie. The only thing we're really gonna have, really gonna cost anything, I don't know what it is, a cabinet or a counter. We were gonna take the existing one over in the road shop and just flip it over there, but that's it. And the guy came and looked, he doesn't want to cut and try to trim, this is not gonna look right. So that's really the only expense we're gonna have, just keep everything moved over there. Other than that, that's it. The course itself is fine. The greens came back fine. They love this kind of weather. They have this cool morning. This afternoon, they love it. It's just dry. We need some rain. I was telling somebody the other day, I've never been doing this a long time. I've never had the water this long and this late. I'd like you've had the water, but not this often. It's great. This is really good. But it's holding up. It's holding up good.
Me and Mike's been talking about for next year's golf courses. Years ago, White Pants used to do a couple of big tournaments, and they were 2-day tournaments. How many years today?
That was all day long. Way lower.
Yeah, it was, and we're probably gonna bring back those two tournaments, the White Pants Invitational and the Apple Festival, the Apple Festival one. And, it was, the way they were structured in December, the one is like, the one you said on PGA, whenever you paid your entry fee, you also got a practice round on Friday, Thursday or Friday. And then you come in on Saturday, you have a two-day tournament. So, we're looking at bringing those two tournaments back. If I can talk him into going ahead and get his coach names, which I think I have, we can start opening up a little pro-am here too. And we're direct with them on play.
What's involved in getting the pro staff?
Phone call. Have a little money.
You want to borrow my phone?
You gotta do, I didn't want to do it over the summer because I knew I was not gonna have time to sit and because you have to go to a class or two. And that's fine, but in the summer, I'll do that.
Or through the winter, you have.
Through the winter, I'll have some time.
Right.
They give you 6 months. You gotta pass a test and a PAT test, which is the player ability test.
But you could probably do it right now.
I could probably do it.
Great.
But the Apple one, what he's talking about this weekend or next weekend, whichever weekend you're going to have that tournament, we used to have it years ago, and what you do is that you get with Paige and she'll send all this stuff out, and you'd be surprised how many couples come up. I don't know how many men would love to go to the Apple. I don't, but they don't. And the women, what would happen is the wife would drive up and drop the husband off. He would play on. She would come down here. Sort of worked out. And I mean, lots of people did that. So you can get that back.
So promote it along with you.
Yeah.
That could really be big.
They played till dark. They started at 7 o'clock in the morning, was first tee off time.
And who would benefit from that financially?
That'd be
It wouldn't be the chamber.
That would be the
I need to get another hotel in the county.
For a couple of years, we probably can.
That's gonna be applied.
What's this trail fee
Well,
on here?
now back years ago, we didn't have all the cabins that are rented out now too. So that's-
The trail fee is a member that owns his own golf cart. And he lives there.
Yeah.
And instead of using our cart, he brings his cart, so we charge him to use his own cart.
But there's only one.
Yeah, because he came in, he's probably he's a new member. He
Oh,
came
okay,
in.
okay.
It's a 3-month deal, I noticed, it was $125, so it's a 3 month.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
We got, the way we're doing it now, we have a lot of them, it's 3 months, 6 months, or a year, and some of them just pay, if they want to pay their 3 months or 6 months, then they have to come in and renew it, so.
Gotcha.
You gotta keep an eye on those up there that have their own carpet, they'll come in and take it 3 months, and just see them out there in 5 months,
Oh, you're
on
right.
there.
Appreciate it.
Charlie? Yes, sir. Hate to bring up the sore subject, and Jim's not here. Didn't we have signs that say golf course with an arrow, if we're gonna go on 515 both ways?
Yeah, Jim is going to be here. He's running a little late. He's got some folks out there for his meeting. So if you would say that, let's ask him, because it's my understanding that we have the signs,
Yeah.
and we have a sign department. So,
Well,
I think we'll be able to put them up.
They put up 2 Keep Beautiful signs on White Path,
Yeah,
with POA that adopted that road.
yeah.
Those signs went up,
Okay, well,
but the other 2 didn't.
when Jim gets here, let's ask him about those.
You got a stop sign down too, so I mean, that's.
It took 9 months to get the Appalachian Trail community signed.
I'm sure.
Well, we don't want to duplicate that, but. Okay, so, if y'all are good with it, we'll let Jim skip till he gets here and we'll insert him into it. Resolution authorizing the county attorney to amend and advertise changes to the land use ordinance. Somewhere in here, I've got all that. David, I know we made one change to this, or we're looking at one change on the 20-acre deal.
Yes,
So-
it's not complete as far as the intensive agricultural use is concerned. I still hadn't heard from John, and I was out Monday and Tuesday of this week, so we very well may have tried him yesterday. But as I alluded to in my email, I think the concern is really to be able to allow those farmers that have got smaller farms that were grandfathered in the opportunity to divest themselves of their farming operation and continue to maintain their residence there. Because that's their capital investment, that's where their life savings have been put into, is into the farm. And then, for instance, Lamar Finley, he just elected to shut them down and not renew his contract with Gilmer because he couldn't divest himself of them. So that's hurtful to the county because it takes the farm out of the operation, and therefore you lose the production of the agriculture there. And so I don't think that's the direction I want to go. And plus, those farms are existing, they're in the neighborhood accepts them. If you carve it down into a smaller tract, those that are buying next to it would already have it known as an established poultry house. It's those new houses that tend to be the ones that create the furor in the neighborhood. So I had shared that with them, and or I shared it with Mark, who shared it with the group. I don't know the name of the group, so to speak, but and again, they were going to come back and talk to us. There is a movement with the houses. I guess when you tear one down, they like to locate them east or west, directional wise. Apparently they like the sun to rise in the east with that one side of the house and then set, I'm not sure if it goes lengthwise or if it goes, I'm not sure exactly how it sets. But that is something that they were concerned about on the existing homes. And I didn't seem to think that would be a problem to accommodate that request in there.
Yeah.
So, but you've not had, Shannon's probably only had one permit, and he doesn't even oversee that. That's overseen by Doug Cowery up in Blairsville on construction of new poultry houses. When did you have it?
We permit them, but,
You just did the foot or something?
I don't, we do just that and power. There's always power inspection there, but, I don't hardly remember going out on one.
In the last 3 or 4
Maybe
years?
1 or 2
Yeah.
total.
Yes.
Well, the gentlemen were making the point that, to use their words, it doesn't cash flow to build a new one.
It really, I mean, the industry is struggling as far as creation of new opportunities. It's surviving with respect to the existing homes because they don't have to put that capital outlay, but it's pretty expensive now to build a home, a new poultry house. Last I heard, it was in the neighborhood of $150,000 to $160,000 per house. Plus, the industry's now going to where they want those longer homes.
600 feet.
Actually, 800 I'm seeing in some areas like where Splatter and Gilmer County here. That tends to, you know, the lay of the land up here doesn't easily accommodate those longer houses.
Well, when we reduced the minimum size for the lot, we were trying to accommodate those who have we were trying to make an accommodation. If we take the route that you're proposing and grandfathering those, do we still need to reduce the minimum size?
Well, that's what I think is maybe there might be some cure with respect to reducing it with respect to new homes, new.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think you keep that in place.
That's what I'm saying.
And
Leave
then,
that at 20 acres.
on the existing homes, let them go down to all Looney's or 3 acres, Teresa, as long as it fits a bona fide agricultural use, their operation will generally respect it below 10 acres, and that would allow some of them to carve those out. And correct me if I misstated that, but I know Paul's are 3 acres, a little over 3 acres. And because he's got houses on them, y'all are giving them the Cuba exemption, is what I'm
Correct.
speaking of, right?
Right, yeah, they're operating chicken houses.
So this would allow someone like Lamar family to pull kids in just due to the minimum setbacks that you have with respect to an agricultural land district and sell it. And that way the county keeps that generation of income still, or, you know, back in the county and doesn't see that operation just
That
cease.
cease, right.
And, what you proposed in that email, what we're talking about now, I don't believe we'll get a lot of opposition to that, being like David said, that the existing homes, most of chicken houses, they've been there, they're, you know, like you said, they're, you know, a lot of times been there for years and years, and people have accepted that. But the fact that if we consider reducing that acreage on new poultry or intensive livestock, I'm already getting some pretty heated feedback of people panicking because they've got adjacent properties that are 12, 15 acres that they're all of a sudden, I guess they got the paper and read it, and I'm getting some pretty negative feedback that they're panicking, that it's zoned. Many of these tracts are zoned ag, they're ready to go. If we drop that 15 acres, then somebody could come in and, you know, with these residential houses established and construct an intensive livestock operation on a piece of property where somebody has invested thinking that they were going to be exempt, you know, protected from that. So, you know, that's just a little bit of what I've been hearing over the past week or so. So, you know, whatever that's worth, I think we would get some heat.
But what David's proposing would take care of that.
Exactly.
Accommodate.
That's what I'm saying. That proposal there, I think, would.
It probably accommodate most everybody. There will be a few that it doesn't accommodate.
Well, there's always going to be a few.
There's still people out there that I get calls there. One thing that has slowed that in our area is topography. It's always an issue here. And then, you know, that acreage, because over the past 4 or 5 years, I've probably had a couple, 2 or 3 calls of people that, is there any way, I found 18.7 acres, is there any way that I can make this work? You know, it's minimum 20 acres, so they pass. But, you know, I wouldn't say that the poultry business is dying or bombing out or whatever, because it's actually thriving just north of us here, up 411 and Eton and all up that way. They're building a lot of houses, and they're luring these people in with these big rebates up front. A lot of our farmers around here, they know that is just to lure them in, because they want, like David said, they want, yeah, the first 5 years, you're good, you're making some money, but after that, when that rebate, runs out, and you're having to carry the load, so that has slowed it down in our area, but again, I think that, that 20 acres, I'm predicting that we're gonna have some, he would show up.
Let's leave the 20 acres alone and use your scenario to accommodate these guys that are getting towards the end of their career and want to divest the property.
And then, and again, Shannon brings up an excellent point. The reason they're doing so well in other areas of the state, or just even a county away from us, is because of the installation of the natural gas line. It's coming here, and once natural gas, it'll subside or give them some relief from some of the propane costs that they've had to incur over the last couple of years. And it might make it an industry that becomes attractive again. But right now, it's just, there's a lot of issues here locally but you don't want to lose those existing homes, because every one that shuts down, it does have an impact.
Are the other counties offering any abatements, or is it strictly fuel?
No, it's what, it's Shannon, some of the bigger farms, or some of the industries, they give them substantial rebates on the front end, and of course they've got the natural gas line that's attached to it.
Well, rebate to me means an abatement.
Rebates are available here too, though. That's not from the county government.
No,
it's from
the industry.
Yeah.
It's from the industry.
Those are available here.
but they're only giving them, I think, to those houses that are of such length, minimum 600.
That aren't practical here.
What they can be, but remember, most of the flatland is down in the bottom land, and where you gotta get it up, and so there are areas that, and that's where I suggested that, maybe we can work with them on transitioning their homes if they don't set in a certain direction, and then allowing them to reconstruct, because that can be a benefit to those that are in the industry. But that's my solution, or thought, suggestion, but I haven't heard back from the group, so maybe.
Well, I like it better than reducing 15 acres frankly.
I just think it allows someone like Darrell or someone like Mark or Mark Holden the opportunity to further subdivide and to bring that farm in. And if somebody wants to buy that subdivided land, or like if, for instance, Mark and Sandy's daughter, Candy, wants to live there, they know what's there. They're not coming in knocking on your door asking you to shut that operation down, which is not what you want to do.
And there's a lot of existing farms. So I think that would help a lot of people without hurting, with very little impact. But the other 20 acre, I think that there is some demand. There are some people that want to reduce there will be several that want to reduce it, but for everyone that wants to reduce that 20 acre minimum, there'd be 5 that would oppose it.
Or more.
Or more. I mean, just hypothetically speaking, I mean, I think, there'll probably be some farmers out there that, I think all farmers would love to see that number reduced. Just, there's a little more flexibility there. But for that group, it's small relative to the number of people that would not want that to happen. And I've got many calls on, hey, this property's for sale next to me, it's X amount of acres, can they build chicken houses on this? Do I need to buy it? And in many cases, I say, yeah, they can, that's 25 acres or whatever, and that person will simply buy that property just to ensure that nobody's going to build an intensive lifestyle. I know numerous situations that's happened on.
Well, we're moving more and more towards a retirement community, outdoor recreation, all those things, and so we gotta keep apprised of those trends.
But what you're proposing though actually addresses what was the stated concern.
It does.
Up front.
Because when we had that discussion, the concern really didn't revolve around people wanting to build new houses. It was the situation of grandfathered lots that really
How to
couldn't
protect
do
what
it.
we have.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I think it's a great thing.
Anything else that we need to talk about in this proposed ordinance?
The only thing is I think everybody just needs to have an opportunity, I know it got in your inboxes, maybe last night, maybe before, I'm not sure, I sent it out, I think I sent it out yesterday. But just take a chance and look at it. I suggest that we'll schedule a workshop between now and the time that the advertisement will have to go out. And that way we can maybe polish it up if there's anything in there. Because I don't think Shannon's had really good amount of time to sit down with it.
Karen was giving me the, I guess, like basic run over of what it was, but I haven't had time to read it yet.
I went through it this morning, I got a couple of just basic questions that we can do, actually.
And I've got just basic things too, but go ahead, Travis.
On page 9, David, if yours is page like mine.
I didn't print mine.
Okay, that one, and I'll look online, because I was looking at mine online.
Okay.
This is defining the exemption for structures under 200 square feet.
Mhm.
And the term there at the top of the page is not only permanent structure. Is that, could that be clarified as permanent foundation or?
That's what that's supposed to be.
That is the example.
All right, and then let's,
Make a note if that's Travis bringing that up, not Dallas Miller.
it did sound kind of like you did.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. No, that's good.
Do we need to further define, David, in there, in the definitions, a definition of a permanent foundation? Is that something that I could just,
If you can find something.
I can get one from another?
Somebody's gonna push that on.
If it's in the international code, because the county's adopted the international building code, then you're covered.
Right.
But if you have to keep on the international building code, and you have to go outside that, then we might want to.
Oh, I got you. So,
Would it be beneficial to reference the code section if it's an international there?
It's covered in a different area here, Travis, and it does state that we adopt each, and it goes through about 6 different code sections, or codes.
Right, on page 19, I just want to make sure I understand, on the accessory building, we talk about setbacks. It says the setback shall be measured from the vertical member closest to the property line, exempting up to a standard 18-inch roof overhang. My understanding of that statement is if the roof overhang is over 18 inches, it contributes towards the setback. That's the intent there.
That's correct.
That's good. In your definition of, let's see, where is it? What's the name of the new public institutional district?
And I didn't attribute anything in the permitted uses as to that, because really, I'm not sure what direction y'all want to go.
Okay, that was one of my questions.
Yeah, I just put the definition in there. I suspect you want public buildings for sure, but I didn't know if you want to go into schools, churches, those kind of. And I was just going to kind of give you the latitude and go in there and suggest what you feel like is appropriate for that district.
Actually, it's not to it yet, so I'll get that myself. Yeah, on page 34. It talks about the requirements of the public institutional zoning district are intended to apply to publicly owned property. We talked about including nonprofits, which I don't think would be publicly owned property.
And I
We
think
ruled
that,
that out, didn't we?
well,
Well, you said, we talked about churches, let's just say churches.
yeah, I think that would be a quasi-public, public use, and I think certain institutional facilities, that would be the intent of that. And by virtue of listing it in, underneath your table of permitted uses under P1 and putting it down as a conditional or permitted, however you wish to address it, that would be the way you would do it.
So if it's in the table of uses, we're good.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other thing is when you do it in the table of uses, let's go to churches for instance.
On page 37, halfway down. Yeah,
then you're probably gonna wanna take it out of all those other districts.
Do what?
And once you allow it to occur in the TI district, you're gonna wanna take it out of the agricultural district, out of the residential.
Yeah, in your tables.
Yes.
Right. Makes sense. A lot of references to the Board of Land Use, and Dallas was telling me that you felt that all that should stay there, even though functionally it's not.
Yes, what it is in the resolution that y'all adopted allows the planning commission to serve. And that way, if you ever decide to buy those back out, for some reason,
It's already in place.
it's already in place. Now, one thing that wasn't covered in here is the land development officer. And the thing I think is the easiest thing to do, because that land development officer is buried in the state codes, which is soil and erosion. That's the terminology there, is to pull it out to where it's no longer an appointee of the planning commission. Put that back in y'all's position. And now, there's that land development officer serves roles in here that really are under the responsibility and umbrella of Shannon's operation, and then also that person serves under the role of James's responsibility as far as code enforcement.
Do we need two titles?
It says land development officer or designee in most places. So I think what y'all could do in that regard is to pull this appointment back out away from the planning commission, though they never exercised it, it is on the books, and leave it in there, and then just simply appoint Shannon as the LDO with respect to those matters that were zoning under his department, and then James as the enforcement.
We could do that, you'd be comfortable with that?
Well, I would be, but now that's an operational aspect, and I would refer to Shannon and to James to make certain they could see that he could operate.
But we can take this definition and apply.
It also, but it
The only reason
also,
that you can't, the only reason I would suggest not pulling it out is because of the fact that the state references it in so many different capacities and so many different parts of their ordinance. If you want it, you could technically pull it out and maybe create one that does it with respect to y'all's code and just call that, we can come up with something there, different title.
Well, it'd be kind of redundant, but we did that.
Yeah,
I like the idea of just pulling it out of, pulling the appointment out, and then just designating it too. Because it's not gonna be, from a workload perspective, it's not gonna be anything different from what they're doing already.
Right.
All it's gonna do is bring us in compliance with ordinance.
that's exactly right.
there is reference in here also to either development office or land development office terminology, not the officer. That needs to be looked at.
I can clean
To
that
see
up,
how-
I can clean
clean
those
that
little incidental references, but if you search this entire land use or land development ordinance, you're gonna see that it's gonna pick up so many land development officer terms and it's all over.
116,
You got it.
I don't know, 116 references.
David, I know that we had to have the planning commission, appoint somebody to review plats, or secretary to sign off on plats, but they also can appoint an alternate. So that alternate now is Karen. Could they appoint a LDO and then have, basically appoint two, in case the absence of one, this is the second, so James would be Director of Environmental Compliance / LDO, and I could be whatever.
And truly, effectively, operationally, that's the way y'all work. If James is on vacation for a week, and something goes wrong on the site that involves an environmental issue or soil erosion
Yes,
issue,
we do.
you're gonna cover it,
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly what
And
we're doing.
vice versa, if
Yeah.
you're gone,
Well, it seems like that would be a legal aspect, that if they appoint one with an alternate, that the same as we do on our plats, because when I'm not there, Karen is, she can sign, they did appoint her. That person was James, as an alternate until we did that division, and then, of course, be done now. Because if I'm on vacation, and people need plants, somebody's gotta be there that can look at them.
Except
But you're suggesting
under this particular change, they wouldn't be doing it.
it will be the commission. But the same thing.
Same scenario.
Yeah, same scenario.
And I think that's more proper.
If that's a legal action, I don't see why it wouldn't be. If they can appoint one with an alternate for this, it can be, you know, I mean, like I say, it always just put that, whatever James' job title right here, slash.
Yeah, and it'd be, what I would be doing is shifting that appointment and power from the planning commission
Right.
back over to the board commission.
Right, because the two appointees that want to split it up for our departments, I don't think it's appropriate for the
Right.
planning and zoning board to
I agree.
appoint department heads.
I agree. You can have that later after.
And they were just quickly researching, we may have to get together and come up with something for what Gilmer County considers a permanent foundation. But basically, the only thing that building code doesn't really reference it. Mobile home, the fire commissioner's office, references a permanent foundation for a mobile home, but not for an accessory structure or I mean, I could probably find an opinion in here, but we're not going to get there and come up with just kind of what we feel comfortable.
For instance, you can go to Lowe's and buy a concrete block with channels in it that are designed to take either full joist or post, and you set them on top of the ground and you build your deck. And what would you do in that case? It's under 200 square feet.
Well, if it's under 200 square feet, then it would be regulated, if that would be easily, my opinion would be that would be easily movable.
But the key is, it's his opinion.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we have to come up with something, I can get some, probably some
I think it
other,
needs clarification.
I can get some other counties' opinions, and then we could generate our own, but you're right, that's the first question anybody's gonna ask, well, what do you consider a permanent foundation when we say it's exempt under 200 square feet?
Because I'm looking for a way to get around.
Oh, yeah, right, that's the nature of the business over there, the loophole.
I built one like that.
But it's, you know, on the right soil, it's fine.
Well, that's, you'll never get on, it's going across there, it's going to push that pier up to that, which is accessory structure, so it doesn't matter if it moves a little bit. But yeah, we can come up with some, I'll do a little bit of research on that.
Do you have some others?
A couple, none of them big deals, it's Dallas kind of stuff. On page 64,
Nothing more.
up at the top C, you're talking about utilities, what you can connect to and what you can't, and you included recreational vehicle. So, if you go to my home right now, I've got a little Class B van camper, and it is plugged in power, and it's got a garden hose running to it right now. Those are utilities, and they are hooked to it. So we need to clarify that that's utilities from a utility supplier, or am I out of compliance?
Well, you're of compliance today, now, as to if we're adopted, it'd be a different story, but I do understand what you're saying. Y'all had mentioned incorporating the recreational vehicle into it because of the fact that,
People are living.
well, and I think that's what's happening, is they're getting power, and then they don't, yours is drawing power off of the home.
That's correct.
So there's a little, I can word it, whatever way you feel like you can enforce it, or maybe you can give me a suggestion on which way you. It's these guys that are in the field that are having faced with supposedly.
Most people with campers, if they're parked beside their house, they got power running to it, plugged in.
Yeah, according
And
to
according to this, I don't think I can do that, the way I read it. And that's silly of me.
Yeah, well, a lot of people with campers want to plug them in, keep the refrigerator running, you know, keep the air kicking on every now and then, just to keep it from getting stale, but there's a lot when they plug them in, that's where the, you know, teenage son that's, you know, or the college kids living or whatever, or somebody that's having hard times, they're living in these campers a lot of times. We can't fix it all, we're not going to fix it all. I don't have a problem with that.
But if you come tell me to unplug my camper in my carport, I'm gonna have a problem.
Yeah, yeah, and that's not,
Just
what
tell
that's really not what we're getting at here,
Yeah.
Travis. It's trying to, I think when we're talking about that, it's where if you're trying to put a camper on a piece of property, and there's
With
nothing
no
else on there, and we don't have an issue with somebody having a camper at their home, you know, the residents, if it's their personal camper, and they're just plugged it in for whatever reason, you know.
What about trying to put something in parentheses that says recreational vehicle when there is no primary structure?
That's all you need. That's all you need. And you've clarified the issue.
Now that, you know, we did run into an instance on Parks Road where they had a camper, there was a residence on the property. About 100 foot out, they said a camper, 300 gallon propane tank, dish network, you know, carport.
It's a guest house.
It was a guest, yes. They admitted it was a guest house, but the guy immediately created a problem at his own residential. He come in and said it was zoned agricultural, and he, you know, that he was in compliance, but that is, I'm not gonna say few, there are instances like that, but usually we can resolve that without having to get, there's a difference from what you're talking about, and somebody plainly.
So let's make a minimal effort that David suggested to clarify it to.
Yeah, that's.
I think the only other one was in the farm winery, very back.
Okay, on that form.
What page is that?
It's at the very back of this document. Oh, like, it's page 1, but it's all the way to the end of the
Oh.
document. It's talking about tasting rooms and so forth and so on, and about 3/4 of the way down. In the red, the clause at the end of that paragraph, which includes the harvesting of grapes, has been stricken through. Removed. I know we were expanding it to fruits, grapes and berries, or something like that.
What I did is I added the definition up there, farm winery, and in that definition, it specifies grapes, berries, or fruits.
So they gotta have agriculture going on to have a tasting room.
They gotta be an active ongoing operation.
So that's still in place.
That's still in place, but I shared this with Larry, and hopefully he's circulated amongst the active farm miners, but, there are some issues here that y'all just need to be cognizant of, and that's specifically in 32.5, okay?
Where specifically in that section?
Second paragraph. I think that's all you need.
Yeah, we talked about that before. The dilemma, not dilemma, but the question is, and the interpretation is, I think part of it is, when we limited our alcohol license to state roads, and we put any restriction on this farm winery, is that basically?
No,
Well, this specifies any location.
any, yeah, Charlie picked it up at any location.
Did we not state something over here? Located on or continuous to?
Yeah.
Why isn't that the same here?
Well, the contiguous aspect of it is I'll just give you a little bit of history, is the assessor's office, that operational aspect of the tasting room doesn't qualify for the CUBA exemption. And we've had an issue arise with one of the more prominent farm wineries where they went in to split that property off, and of course then there were some issues furthermore, but the basic reason that they went in there to split that property off is that under state law, they weren't allowed entitled to the CUBA, so they had to separate it. And therefore you had your farm that was surrounding it, and there you had your tasting house. I guess y'all was on that, or determined that to be a commercial business, is that the way it
And
works?
tasting room.
Yeah. And therefore, the farm water conditional use was applying out here to the surrounding acreage, and the tasting room was applying, would have been here, and to have moved it in here to this particular tract would not have met your ordinance at that point. I know that there are two in the county that have done that. There very well may have been 3, 4, maybe.
I just know the one right offhand that became an issue.
Yeah, so that was the reason to allow that to be a contiguous tract. Now, it didn't allow them to establish a tasting room in another location.
Right.
Yeah.
Stay below.
And contractual notice, I did have that under the license requirements, versus various approved streaming.
Yeah, I saw that. You're talking about at the top of page 2.
Yes.
As long as it's clear. You can't just set up a tasting room on a piece of A1 land.
It
Has to
needs to
be
be
a-
contiguous to the farm operation.
Operating.
Now, we might, there at some point in time, we might have the issue as the farm is on one side of the road and the road bisects where the tasting room is
Is it
on the other
contiguous?
side. And is that contiguous? I'm gonna take the opinion that it is.
Well, if the property line comes to the center line of the road, it is.
Well, most of these tasting, or most of these farm operations are located on county roads with 60 or 80 foot right of ways. But I'm not gonna take the position that the public road does operate to defeat that contiguous aspect. If they want their orchard over here and their tasting room over here, I'm gonna consider that.
It's still the next lot over.
Yeah. So, I'm not gonna say that the county's divided and as such, it's not a contiguous piece of property. Now, by virtue of introducing these changes, you might have some suggestions or making some additional changes in that ordinance. That very well might require you to go back into the beer and alcohol ordinance. I'm not sure you want to go back in that direction.
I'm sure I know.
Not this one.
I have one other question. On page 158, this is not a change, I just want clarification. Under general provisions, this is talking about the Coosawattee River corridor protection. Does that include the 2 tributaries that make up the Coosawattee, or is it only the Coosawattee? They're not mentioned in Carter or Ellis.
There's a separate one from them that I'm aware of.
Is there?
This is specific to Coosawattee River.
Yeah, I was thinking that was simply the Coosawattee. Is that what y'all?
What it was starting to do,
The Coosawattee. Now y'all have your mountain protections.
and what, the one thing that this ever played a part in does is, for me, the setbacks, that being eliminated, that's another thing that I think your dad said, and I forgot about that really needs to be changed in our ordinance, because it still says anything north of, the intake here at the water department is,
On the LJ side.
is 150 foot, and,
Well,
But now the problem there is the statute requires you to have adopted a plan, and I don't think that we've been able to adopt a plan.
no, but he said, even though it's been removed, that it's still in our ordinance, and technically, we should be enforcing it that way, but,
Well, while you're bringing that up, we've got, when we're doing the soil and erosion section, that's got buffers and stuff that are different than what we're talking about, because there is a different article in here, Article 4, that covers water supply and watershed
Yeah.
protection, and there's also the Kusawati.
Well, all that kind of place
protection.
together.
And then there's a third one, I forget what the third one, oh, wetlands. So we've got 3 places that talk about buffers and setbacks and things that are not consistent.
Well, up until last summer, my understanding is that watershed, Kusawati, LJ, and Carter Cave was in full effect, and that meant that, like I was telling David, is, anything north of the county had a more stringent setback, everything else was 50 foot.
On the LJ.
On the
On
LJ.
the LJ. Everything
7
else
miles
was
north was 150 foot setback.
150.
It was 150.
7 miles to that
Within the
point,
radius.
north of that 75 foot, so that was a major issue for years, and then, like I said, my understanding is it was removed last summer.
We did.
It wasn't removed, the state allowed you to relax it. You have to adopt a plan, and we asked James to see, and nobody in the state had adopted one. And so I don't know what the status of that is. I don't think it's ever visited the board.
Do we need to address that though?
Yeah.
We run into that up here at
It
4290.
It does need to be
We need to
addressed.
adopt a plan.
Yeah.
So what, do we know what that plan has to consist of?
It's a pretty,
So technically, it's still 150 feet, is that what you're saying?
yeah, as far as the statute is concerned, and then it can be rolled back to 50 feet. Once it's just a plan that has to be adopted that reflects that y'all are doing steps to minimize the, turbidity or whatever is going into the water at that point in time, because that's the
You
issue.
don't have a model plan to look at.
Can we do this by resolution?
The plan has to be submitted, let me see if they can.
Yeah, it might be, I just brought that up because.
Well, that's not our purpose here this morning, but now we've identified that, we better address it.
I was not aware of that until recently, when James met with Herman and.
Y'all just adopted
this.
enforcement. When it passed, I believe it was Senator Pearson that introduced the legislation and was able to get it resolved. And like I said, what happened is just at that point in time, the county just took the approach because they were being inundated with the variance requests on everything that was being developed north and on the LJ River. Every time you turn around and leave, there was somebody asking for relief, especially the new subdivision, the River Escape subdivision.
Yeah, well, a lot of men still incorporated all the Buckhorn.
Yeah,
So
every time somebody wanted to do something that wanted to get up to the 50 foot, they had to do a 50 foot or request a variance.
yes, the board commission, the statewide board commissioners, you guys could approve a variance up to the state minimum, which that's thing about 50 feet. So, in KC's time, we were bringing quite a few of those to the table, and a bunch of people just threw their hands up and didn't get the bill on the property that they had owned for
I've
many,
asked
many
Ken
years.
to put this on the November agenda.
Let's do this.
So let's do that and move on.
Okay. As far as the ordinance is concerned, I'd almost want to reserve the ordinance, those changes when we do the glamping and everything, because I don't want, because we're sensitive on the time on this one, there's some critical areas that need to be adopted in place come December, before the end of the year.
But we will be inconsistent between the soil and erosion ordinance section and these sections temporarily.
That's correct, but.
And we can address them
Where
later.
we are now.
In some cases, we are, yes. Yes. Yeah.
But now it's on our radar.
Yeah, and actually, I would make the point that it's all 3 of those, the Kusawati, the wetland, and the, what's the other one called? Water supply, watershed.
Yeah, I think all of us will need to be amended a little bit. But I think they're all kind of
Yeah,
blended together as far as that.
yeah, they are.
Yeah, now the soil and erosion, that's the state farm business, so.
I know, but we have a conflict between their definition of buffer and ours and these and other things.
Just will have to go to their definition.
Which is what we.
Yeah,
Because you're.
I don't disagree. but we are in conflict right now.
But that's a blanket statement you just made, that applies everywhere. You have to yield to the state.
Now, if you have questions on this?
I was actually going to talk about the differences in definitions and those sections that we just talked about. That's the only ones that I really had a chance to look at, since it was related to the other ordinance change for soil erosion. I haven't had a chance to look at all of it.
So the only thing we have to do tomorrow night is just to approve the average, let's go forward. The
That's
average.
correct.
And we have to do that if we're going to get this done by December.
That is correct. Again, hold a later workshop this month, polish it. Those that cannot be polished, that need further revision or further debate or consideration, we'll pull them out and then just move forward with those that remain.
You know, there was one other email that went around a couple of weeks ago about solar installations,
Solar and wind.
solar installations.
I think we added that, they went to solar farm is what we had
And Dallas had made a comment that if you're not gonna regulate residential, why would you do commercial and solar, that you treat that separately, but we never had discussed that.
That's right.
So that's the only other issue I know of that's applicable.
Y'all wish me to try.
I don't want to get into it immediately, but it is a longer term
I was just thinking
discussion.
just have a category added to the table of
Oh, yeah,
community
it's
for
in
solar
the email
farm.
about
It's
that.
permitted in here and here.
You send it
The
to
only reason I say that, is I had a company call and they're very interested in bringing a solar farm to Gilmer County on a minimum 300-acre parcel.
And solar would work here, I don't think the wind farms.
Yeah, that's never,
Not
that's
technically.
just, it's an
But
alternate.
you might as well include
your.
That was my thought. Put it in there
But-
just in case.
But my question is, can you have a break point that would exempt a homeowner with a 2 kW array?
And you really
Yeah,
need,
there's a reference on that under the building code.
residential
That was solar.
is different.
There's a whole section in the residential code for solar power for residential structures. But there, what I was referring to is.
It's coming. You go just across the line in North Carolina, and there's acres of solar panels. So, but if you go towards Hayesville,
Well, in the union, you know, what the other five, they should come on, gas there, big old solar farm.
Well,
if we
this
could
will
get
be
ahead of that, it might save us some.
a minimum 3, they're waiting on this. They're waiting on some clarification here because they're that ready to sign a lease with somebody in the county. They've not picked it out yet, but they, for some reason, want to locate.
Well, given that, I'll come up with the definition of solar wind farm, just the definitional aspect of it. Do y'all have a suggestion, or do you want to wait and give me the suggestion on what districts that you want about to be introduced to you as conditional or permitted use?
I would say agriculture and commercial.
That's exactly my recommendation, and my reasoning on that, David, is I don't think it's any more
The question is, do
intrusive
you
than.
make it permitted or conditional?
You can make it conditional either way, that way the neighbors have an input, but I don't believe that it's any more intrusive than an intensive livestock operation.
No.
So, and these
If
people,
you're- I hear you, but if you're on a mountain beside that, and you get the glare off of that.
yeah, but these roofs and chicken houses are galvanized, we're talking about 600
I
foot.
know, but it's the same situation.
Right, and that's why, like Charles said, make it conditional,
Conditional.
and
That's
maybe both of those.
Commercial, conditional, and agricultural.
It's going to mostly hit agricultural because there's not too many 300-acre,
Right.
no,
And
going to be
unincorporated.
probably.
There won't be.
If for some reason there happened to be, yeah, but they, and they had no issue either with, to hear them tell it, probably not them nor anybody would be interested in ever looking at a parcel less than 20 acres anyway. Because I kind of brought up our, intensive livestock, and I said, we may be able to fit it into something similar to this, and they said, nobody's going to try to generate for profit on a 20-acre parcel.
Do they have a minimum that they typically look for? I mean,
She just told me they're looking for 300 acres.
I mean, you could reduce your number of players by putting them in acres.
You could do that.
You put a lot of solar on 20 acres.
But is it a commercial enterprise, or is it,
I say you do it.
Most of the ones that have popped up are
Let the
well under 20
conditional.
acres.
I think it depends on
Answer that question.
what you're doing it for, but still, if, just as a guide, that, you know, you need.
Let's make it consistent with the intensive livestock. Just use the 20 acres.
I wouldn't put it in there personally. Since it's conditional anyway, you get to make that decision. Whether it's
Well,
suitable.
that's fine.
How much,
Just make it conditional.
yeah, how much was the one down near the county line that was gonna be put down there? How many acres was that? Off 515? 4 or 5 years ago, they had a big plan to put 100 acres.
Yeah, it could have been.
And that never happened. Could be the same people.
Yeah, I think, you know, that was when Brian Jones was.
Right.
handling his own development here.
I can't remember how much it was. Okay, I think conditional, yeah.
I agree with that.
Is the word stricture actually a word on page 169? Is that a term or is that a typo?
Attorney.
Does that mean structure on item A?
Sounds like the scrivener. Right?
Oh, yeah,
Is that structure?
it should be structured.
Must be a word, spell check didn't catch it.
I'm not familiar with the word. I thought maybe it was something I would know about. All right, I'm done.
That's an ordinance, I would be moving that, what's that again?
What section is it?
Fines for
Administration enforcement procedures.
You want to keep it? Okay.
Okay, are we good to move on?
So tomorrow, we will go ahead and advertise.
Yeah, we'll vote, go ahead and do this. Okay, Jim, you want
Oh,
to update us
I'm-
on the roads?
I'm up next.
Yes, sir.
Timing was good.
Well, not so much.
Well,
Since we were gonna put you up next whenever you came in.
We held you slow.
oh, okay. We want to start with airport.
Anywhere you wanna start.
Will you use those, David, or not?
Yeah. You're in there a lot, man.
Yeah.
Okay, on the airport project, during the month of September, we hauled 13,300 cubic yards or 950 truckloads of dirt. This is for phase one of the project. We have about 4 more feet to actually finish phase one, for about 16,700 cubic yards. During the month of September, also, we submitted, I have a copy for all of you, this disbursement request for 69,000 and change for reimbursement, leaving us with a remaining balance of phase one of the grant of $101,604. And that will finish, when we finish the phase one, then we will move into phase two of the airport improvement project. Phase one will have total $841,400. And this spreadsheet that you have here, it gives you an indication of the different line items that we charge that too. Now, we have two requests in for reimbursement, one for $294,849, and then this one for $69,000. And so the airport project is moving along. December the 31st, as I think I told you last month, is our deadline for the completion of phase 1. April the 30th of 2017 is the deadline for completion of phase 2. And with phase 1 and phase 2, that would be slightly over $1 million worth of work that we have done at the airport.
What is the possibility, you think, realistically, of finishing phase 1 by December 1st, rather?
Charlie, that is our goal. We want to finish both phase 1 and phase 2 by the 31st of December. Our easement agreement with Mr. and Mrs. Parker, for the bar area where the boat is coming from, it has been extended to December the 31st. So our goal is to finish both phase 1 and phase 2, weather permitting, by December the 31st.
But what about the possibility, though, our goal being December 1st? Is that a realistic goal?
Ooh, December the 1st.
I hate for our goal to be also our deadline.
Yeah, it's possible, Charlie, to finish it by the 1st of December, but again, it all depends on what.
Let's make December 1st our goal.
Okay.
And if we don't meet the goal, we've got a little bit of leeway there.
Right. Okay, well, this morning we just finished our annual quality control inspection, fuel inspection at the airport, of which Dallas will be familiar with. And everything went well there. No problems. Filters changed and things like that. So, but moving from airport into roads and bridges, Monday I met with the engineers for the Old Bucktown Road slide, and the plans have now been submitted to the permitting agencies, that being the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, EPD, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They have 45 days to review those plans, but we don't think it will take that long because we have been communicating with them through the entire project. And what we would hope to do with that is to, you have already authorized putting the project out for bid. We would hope to be doing that probably by the last week of this month. And of course, we have to advertise it for 30 days. We have, you haven't seen the plans, David, for the nature vegetation and things of that nature, but you will before we put it to bid. So.
We thought it was surprising.
Huh?
We thought it was surprising.
It's been a surprise, the whole adventure.
We have, one of the things, David is affected property owner there, and we met during the month with him. And we think we have come up with a plan that will be acceptable to David to install natural vegetation on the slide, put it back as close as we can to what it was before.
You still using gabions or?
Still using gabions
Gabions.
to stabilize, but we have been in touch with nurseries that have natural vegetation that we can put in planes in those gabions or in and around those gabions that will actually conceal it. So hopefully Mr. Clark will not be able to see any gabions there.
So David, you haven't seen the specific plans for the concept, or you?
So we'll wait and see, but as far as the permitting is concerned, the vegetation and things like that doesn't affect that. So we wanted to go ahead and get those plans to the reviewing agencies so they've got something that they can actually be looking at. As far as the force account work for the disaster, we have completed all of that force account work. We still have some $200,000 that FEMA has not reimbursed us for, and we're waiting for that. And based on what we're hearing from them, there shouldn't be any problems with that. But it takes time for the bureaucracy to work. Moving along from that, let me talk to you about Ridgeway Church Road. We still have not been able to make contact with Mr. William Turner. I spent Monday in Epworth, Georgia, for the first part of Monday, trying to find Mr. Turner. I found his house, and we have talked to the post office there in Epworth, and we have sent Mr. Turner a letter, return receipt requested. If we have to make another trip to Epworth, we will, to try to find that gentleman. If we can't find him, then that is the only property that we lack, and the only other thing that we can do is possibly eminent domain, and that would be a decision for you.
How long does that process take if we have to go that route?
I have been through it personally, and it can lead into 60 days easily.
And it actually probably stretch out depending on the appraisers and things that are necessary to allow for evaluation. Just be mindful that you've got one property along there that you got to continue right away during the land use district change in this.
It was contingent.
That was contingent and it had a time period on there. And I would think it was 24 months, so that's your window.
And that right-of-way deed has been recorded. That is the only.
So the clock is ticking.
But our window is much less than 24 months, realistically.
Is it really?
Well, I mean, we were looking at this thing this year. And if not, if this drags out where, you know, it gets too cold or we can't do it, then I would think next spring.
Is he on both sides of the road?
Both sides of the road. One of the things that we can do, we're kind of taking the lead from Georgia Transmission, there is a lot of excavation, clearing and grubbing and things of that nature that we could be doing. That is what we call prep work for the actual paving. And we could proceed with that if the board of commissioners are such a mind to do that.
On the other properties?
Pardon?
On that property or other properties?
No, on the other 22 properties.
Let me ask you this, if we complete that, and if we pave up to his property line and just skip him, start back, until we can get the right of way or get something done with him, how much additional cost would be involved if we come back later and pave that?
Well, it involves mobilization of equipment, manpower, and everything, Charlie, you know,
Roughly.
to do that. You know, it's gonna be 2,000 or 3,000, maybe 5,000.
Over and above what it would have been just to go straight through.
And during that time, you might actually find this Mr. Attorney.
Turner, Mr. William Turner.
And would resolve that amicably, because any litigation, unfortunately, will probably end up getting into that spectrum of cost. That's a good suggestion, is to start a project and at least get it underway, and then maybe skip that one isolated parcel.
Well, in my mind, we are going to pave that road. If we have to skip his little section, you know, we'll have to skip his little section, but we're gonna pave that portion of that road. So I'd say let's go ahead and get started with whatever we can do, clearing and so forth.
Mhm.
And meanwhile, we'll keep trying to contact him. And if it gets to the point we're ready to start paving, I'd say let's start paving. We'll still keep trying to contact him,
Well-
but if necessary, we'll just get it.
Well, here's what we have to do, Charlie, that we have not done, is that we have to get a soil erosion and sedimentation plan done for the project. That has to be submitted to EPD. And we would want to include that parcel in the soil erosion and sedimentation plan, because we don't want to come back and have to do that again. That in itself is a cost of between $5,000 and $8,000.
The question is just how long can we wait on this gentleman? Maybe we can make a renewed effort. We'll park on his doorstep.
It seems go around one night about 7 o'clock to his house or something, catch him after work.
Well, Mr. Turner is elderly from what we can find, and, you know, he travels to, when we talked to the Epworth Post Office, they said that he has a post office box in the post office, and that he's collecting his mail about twice a week. So we know he's in the area, we just don't know where he is.
Can we get any help from the local sheriff?
We've already done that.
I mean, in terms of actually going out to his property and saying, sign here.
We did that, Charlie, and the Fannin County Sheriff's Office came back with the notification that Mr. Turner was deceased.
Yeah.
So I don't have a lot of confidence.
So, you know, they,
Maybe you could just go up and hang out.
I have a lot of skip tracing.
you know,
Yeah.
And roll in.
Yeah, find out what day he checks his mail, Jim. Get the post office
well,
mail.
the postmaster there said that that's, you know, kind of iffy, and he gets his mail out of the post office box, but they're not necessarily there.
And there's
when he
no
gets there.
guarantee that it's him that's picking it up.
That is true.
But now you have actually spoken to him.
We have spoken to Mr. Turner by phone, yes.
And he didn't really indicate he was opposed.
No, he wanted to come and meet with us out there, and which we have done with other property owners, and explain to him on the ground exactly what we're gonna be doing. It's just being able to get him to do that. And he's owned the property since 1973.
I don't think he understands the urgency.
No, I don't think so.
So the application and the sedimentation plan and all that's gonna take some time, the grubbing and all that's gonna take some time. I would suggest we go ahead and start with those processes and renew our efforts, or redouble our efforts to make personal contact. I really would hate to avoid, or I would love to avoid skipping this process. I don't want.
I don't wanna do that, and I don't wanna do the end of the meeting if you can avoid it either, obviously.
The alternative is to tell all these folks, sorry about y'all, but we just can't, that's what we can do,
That's
and I
not-
don't see that as an option.
I don't either.
I mean, so that's the only three choices we have. We do eminent domain, we skip his property, or we don't do it. I guess there's a fourth choice, we could actually do it up to his property and stop there.
How far down into the route?
He
Yeah.
is, he's about midway.
I would prefer to do eminent domain over skipping it first.
If that's say a 90-day process, maybe we have to adjust our timetable when we're paid in the spring.
Well, we could still do clearing and grubbing and that kind of stuff even in the wintertime. Wintertime prohibits you because of temperatures and actually being able to put in motion down. But there's a lot of work that goes into it beforehand. We've got trees to cut and things like that, but we can't start that until we actually do the soil erosion and sedimentation.
Well, back to the temperature thing. See, my concern is that we're already, unless we're ready to start paving now, that we're already butting up against that temperature.
The DOT recommends that you not put emulsion or asphalt down unless you've got 50 degrees and rising. So
I thought it was more than that.
it's 50 degrees.
Could you do it in two phases? Using the fourth scenario with Charlie?
Pave up the hill and then pave the grass in the spring.
Mhm.
Well, it goes into expense because you have to mobilize equipment and manpower and everything else. I mean, but that's a possibility too.
Well, let's make that our contingency plan if we can't go up. I think we ought to get started on the.
Well, definitely, we need to get started on this. I
But
mean,
do the site plan for the entire project if you can. Does that plan require going on his property or not?
What we have to do with the soil erosion and sedimentation plan is, what they actually have to do is they have to show the contours, show the existing contours of the road, which is fairly flat. All you're going to be doing is moving banks, and we have to submit that and showing the existing as it exists today, and then showing what it will be like when we finish. And it would require some going on to his property for the actual work. Now, for the contours to actually do the plan, no, we don't have to go on his property.
So I would say go ahead and do the plan for the whole project and move forward, and let's assume or hope that we're gonna get his participation and do it all at once, but our contingency plan maybe is to do it two phases. Let's don't skip it. That really bothers me.
we actually have some areas. where we
Yeah,
have to-
this is not the first. I can point out.
The only
two or
thing
three
that's
roads.
unacceptable to me is to stop the project.
Let's leave it.
Okay.
As far as solid waste is concerned, one of the things that we have done during the month is the new or used scale house is now in place and completely functional. If you haven't been there to the landfill site to see it, it is a marked improvement over what we had. And the employees that occupy that space are very appreciative for that. In addition to that, during the month of September, actually it was September, maybe the 1st of October, we had a lightning strike on the scales, and the two boards that we have on the scales, we have one inside and one in the scales that have the different load cells on those boards. They were both bright, and we had to replace those boards during the month. And that cost was $2,800. So, and Charlie, of course, knew about it. The scales are back functioning. We were about 3 days basically estimating the loads instead of actually being able to weigh as they come in. But the scales are back functioning now. So, the methane wells, what we have been able to do, working with EPD, is before we actually start doing any trenching, which is the venting of those wells on wells 1, 3, and 12, they have extended the deadline for that until Ms. Sarah Barr can actually make an inspection and come up. So we're still working toward that. May have it done by the end of this fiscal year, but if not, then we'll add the methane well remediation to the 2017 budget that we have in there now. As far as the maintenance shop is concerned, one of the things that, and this relates to our paving, I reported to you that the Heister compactor, which is the steel drum roller, was irreparable, or the cost made it irreparable. We have since been able to find repair parts for that to make that dumpster, that compactor, operable again as a backup, not as our number one piece of equipment for paving. And the cost to repair this surplus piece of equipment is actually Army surplus, as if you haven't seen it, it's the OD green, but is about $5,000, and that's a big improvement over about $13,000 to $14,000. So we're proceeding with that. We are still looking for a compactor. I think I've got an agenda item further down to ask you to increase the authorized price for buying a new compactor. And we'll deal with that when we just do the agenda. We can deal with that.
Let's deal with it when he gets to the.
That's all I have. Unless you have any questions.
Jim, looking ahead to the budget process, we talked very briefly about the county's grade all, and that it was not an ideal piece of equipment for our purposes. Have you given any thought to selling it and replacing it with something, an excavator with appropriate buckets and so forth? Have you given that any thought?
I have given it some thought, Travis, but if we have another situation like we had with the Christmas Eve flood, that radar was, and we paid $285,000 for that piece of equipment. You know.
You're talking about debris removal from the bridge, but it doesn't have a thumb, you couldn't remove it, it's just knocking it loose, right?
Well, no, what it has is, it doesn't have a thumb, you're correct, but we were able to pull that, and it's a clamshell bucket, and pull the big logs, we were able to pull them to the bank and get them out, pull them out, so.
That's an expensive piece of equipment.
It is.
That thing when
I
Jason
didn't
was
buy
here,
it
he'd see it,
today.
and see it, and sit
Well,
out there.
that's what I'm saying,
Nothing.
we could get a lot more use out of something else.
The one question that I have is, it was bought with GO bond money, and I don't know what limitations that we have with disposing of it.
You can dispose of it. They were looking, they tried to dispose of that since they bought it back in 2006. It's probably a year or so after. I think it was Larry that had suggested that. He was charging the road department. But they really not ever had anybody that wanted it, to be honest with you. I know that JC tried to trade it in on a used piece of equipment. He
Wouldn't get nothing.
Wouldn't get nothing. So
Right.
at some point in time, that you instead of giving it away, you might as well find some functionality out of it. But, I don't know what's the market for it, you know, Jim? It was pitiful, I know, during JC's time.
If you were gonna trade it in, and if we could get some for it, what would you be interested in trading it for?
There is multiple pieces of equipment, Charlie, that we've talked about. The roller, the mini excavator, a
Now,
dump
the
truck.
mini excavator is on this year's capital plan, we need to just go ahead and get that.
Right.
Well, you know, larger, but you could use a larger
One,
excavator.
but more reach.
Well, we have two tri-coats, we have two backhoes. A larger excavator, that's in our road system, what we need is smaller equipment that we can maneuver around in tight places instead of the larger pieces of equipment that require a lot of room. The problem with the Gradall is that you have to, you know, for cleaning ditches and things like that, you have to be sitting horizontal in the road to be able to use it, which means that you block the entire road. With a mini excavator, you can work in much tighter places, and we have one mini excavator. And other equipment, we need other equipment, like a dump truck, things like that, more than we actually need a grader.
I didn't intend to get bogged down in that discussion, just kind of plant that seed that if there's a piece of equipment that's not being effectively utilized, and we could get something better.
Well, if we could get a reasonable price for it, which sounds like an issue in the past.
Yeah.
But if we can't, we still need to determine what other equipment that we really need. For instance, now on that mini excavator, we've already funded that.
Yes.
So we just need to go ahead and do that.
Yes.
But we still need to look at what other equipment that you need. So are we about finished with that, or you got?
I'm finished.
What? Yes.
The golf course signs on 515,
Yes.
where are they?
They're at the sign shop.
How do we get them in the road?
On 515, you can put those up. But they may come back down.
Well,
Are these the ones that just say golf course in there?
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought the state permitted those.
talked to Steve Gooch, you and I talked to him at the ballpark location, that'd be fine, as long as they don't say white now.
Okay.
Also, just a side note, the stop sign at Cherokee and White Path, somebody ran over it, laying in the weeds.
White Path and Cherokee. Have you called the road department?
I have to check, I'll
Okay.
put it on your plate.
Okay.
Before we move on to the next item, Teresa, are y'all here specifically for the imaging,
Yes, sir.
which is way down on this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that we go ahead and move that up so that they can get about their business.
No problem. What number is it?
That's number 5, I believe, under action items.
Yeah.
Ortho, elite image.
Were these the only ones we received, or the only ones we deemed acceptable? Only two we got. Well, the only question I've got is, tell me about the 6-inch resolution. Was that strictly for the, what was that for? Because we've got 3-inch and 9-inch.
We requested, the RFP requested 3-inch and 9-inch, that's industry standard. But 6-inch gives you that better resolution. Pictometry flies at a 6-inch resolution instead of a 9-inch, and then Control Cam added it in there for an additional cost. But for industry standards, we just put 3-inch and 9-inch.
So it exceeds the standard, so it's.
So instead of 9, you would get 6.
So we didn't want to.
You get 3 and 6.
3 and 6. We didn't want to limit any other companies from that didn't fly at that resolution.
Are there elements of either proposal, Teresa, that you especially like or especially do not like?
Well, I think if you look at the comparison sheet, you can see that with Control Cam, when they were, in their response, there was little information given as far as they only demonstrated one Georgia county that they had worked with. They didn't show any integrations with Q Public, WinGap, Easy 911. They didn't give any examples of integrations. Only having one county that they worked with, all it stated was that they completed 4 weeks ahead of schedule. They didn't give any time frame that they were contracted or when they completed, how long it took. Their particular enterprise desktop access, it was a little hard to understand exactly what you were getting from their product. One of their products was IMT, which does require every license. Now, my department has 3 licenses, but that would eliminate 911, planning and zoning, and the sheriff's department, because they would have to purchase those licenses in addition to this. And those typically run anywhere from $1,800 to $3,000 a year. It said they offered a Control Central, but it didn't really demonstrate or show you what Control Central was. A lot of their stuff had additional pricing, but it didn't specifically say what that additional pricing was going to be. they didn't seem to offer a lot of compatibility with other departments. And I think that's what we were looking for, was something not just to benefit the assessors, but the sheriff's department, planning and zoning, fire and rescue. Pictometry had several different options, desktop options, mobile options. They offered more license for a reasonable fee. Both of them stated that they could complete it within 60 days. Control Cam said that they felt like they could. It wasn't necessarily guaranteed, but they didn't see any reason why they couldn't. But they felt like they could. So, and as far as the on-site training, Control Cam wants to do a lot of theirs through remote access. They didn't want to really do any on-site. Depending on if you purchased the IMT, which came with the Esri license, they said you could, as an alternative to not purchasing that, they would do the Control Central Web, a one-day webinar. And then if you needed any additional training, it was $500 per day plus expense. Where Pictometry offered several different types of training, free of no charge, customer service, continuations. They have representatives here in the state that are local. If there are any issues, they can come to the office. It didn't say there were any additional charges for that. Technical support-wise, Control Cam offered 1-year telephone support included. Beyond that, it was 20% of the contract amount annually. And Pictometry offered ongoing technical support. And again, it offers their representatives to come if there's any major issues.
So if we're doing an apples to apples comparison, since Pictometry includes the high resolution and it's 32,000 optional for Control Cam, even if we discount the technical support, which is an important factor to me, it looks to me that Pictometry is still the least cost solution.
That's what I see too, Charlie. Did you get a demo or see any of the Control Cam stuff?
I have not. And when I've been to different venues, I've not ever seen Control Cam demonstrate their product. They do have a booth, but several entities in the industry will reserve time at conferences to do actual demonstrations. Pictometry is one of those that does a live demonstration. I've not seen Control Cam ever demonstrate their product. So I know of the company, but I'm not familiar with their work, and only having one Georgia county as a reference, there wasn't much to go by.
Well, Pictometry seems to be a tad less expensive than Control Cam, but I personally felt a lot more comfortable with Pictometry than Control Cam.
I agree. I mean, they're the proprietors in this industry. They have a long-standing relationship with counties in Georgia. They've demonstrated their work. They responded to the RFP with everything that we requested. I think it's one of those, you get what you pay for, and I think Pictometry has a good long-standing reputation, where Control Cam, there just wasn't enough information given, I think, to really back up and support their work. So, maybe a couple of years from now, they may break into more counties in Georgia, and, they may supersede, but I think for right now, Pictometry will suffice for our needs and what we're looking for, and I think we won't be unhappy with what we're going to get from them.
Good for me.
Me too.
Anything else that we need to discuss on?
What time frame are we're talking about there doing that this spring, right? Either case.
This winter.
Well, yeah, but next year. We do the flights.
And we've got the 120, we've got the time frame.
Right, so
that we need.
either company would be looking for a contract to be signed in preferably the end of November, beginning of December, so they can schedule the flight. And then, of course, they'll wait for the vegetation. And then, pictometry, guarantees 60 days from the date that the imagery is captured. So we should have it by, I would say, March.
So we satisfied the bidding process and so forth, we can move forward. There's no reason why we can't do that.
So if
I don't
we-
see any delay or any.
So if we select, let's say pictometry tomorrow night, I don't see a reason why we couldn't immediately then enter into a contract with them.
I think we're ready.
And I think the company would be very understanding. They know that counties work off calendar years. So, with the pricing schedule, they would understand that this is something that is coming out of next year's. So, I think either company's main concern was getting something signed in order to line up the aircraft.
Exactly.
So,
Anything else on the imaging? Thank you, Tracy.
thank you, gentlemen.
Charlie, if I may, there is one other thing that I meant to discuss with you guys. It isn't on the agenda, but that's the Parks Road Bridge.
Actually, that is on you.
It is on the agenda?
It's on the
Okay.
Good.
Okay, so, the next item then would be the agreement with Gilmer Arts. See if I have that in my board books.
We didn't get anything, did we? Okay. I didn't find it.
Actually, I have now received the Word document for them. So I can get that to everybody in time for the next meeting. As I recall, the only change we were going to make on it was how the contribution was calculated. I think they had figured out the percentage of the hotel motel tax. So we were going to modify that one section.
I think they would also want to modify it to reflect the same provisions with respect to the chamber and that narrow for the.
Yeah, for the exit law, so
In the first quarter,
Yeah, it's like 15 days once the new year starts, and that way you provide for that automatically.
well, I do have the Word document now. I can get that to you after this meeting, and I think we can make those changes in time to vote on it.
I'll be good with that.
All right. Approval of the lease agreement with Gilmer County Boys and Girls Club. We kind of discussed that briefly already. We know that now that we own the property, we can adjust a few feet either way for the actual construction of the work. So, in my mind, I would be willing and ready to go ahead and vote for approval for that lease.
I had one thought on this, Charlie, that I didn't mention before and didn't think of it until I went back this week to look at it. Is that officially in our 100-year floodplain area where we're talking about building?
That a portion of where they currently show the building would be, so we're already really thinking in terms of this, we could bang this in there, maybe 3 or 4 feet, I think is what was in there.
Because I really, my concern is, and I'm kind of taking a position that I'm not really wanting to ever build anything in a floodplain. In fact, we have some ordinances that talk about not allowing that to happen otherwise. Now, not public buildings, but others, that you just don't do that. And I'm not sure we want to do that. That Park and Rec office building next to it has been flooded in the past. And it has destroyed that building. And I don't want to deal with that. Either, one of the questions in my mind was, can we have something here that makes us more waterproof? What's the right word?
I don't see why we couldn't approve it contingent on the final site location being outside the floodplain.
correct me if I'm wrong, you can build in a floodplain.
Yeah, you have to meet the design criteria.
There's a list of restrictions on.
My guess is, that's elitary, right? That's not in the county.
His city of
The
LJ.
city of LJ. My guess is Don Snyder's not gonna issue a permit unless that design meets the flood ordinance, or at least FEMA's minimum guideline, which is 1 foot above the base flood elevation.
I thought.
It's 2 foot in Gilmer County per our ordinance, per unincorporated Gilmer
Yeah,
County.
right.
We have an additional foot freeboard, which means we added an extra foot when we adopted that ordinance, but FEMA's regulation is to the first finished floor, 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So they can shoot that elevation. I know that's an AE zone. I know that elevation's known. The engineering's been done. They can shoot that base flood elevation, put a benchmark in, which is, a stake or a big nail in the pole or in the power pole or something. They can shoot that where their first finished floor is 1 foot above that benchmark. Then everything below that benchmark has to meet flood criteria, being either flood resistant construction, flood openings, or what you could do, they could do a block foundation and have,
But you got air conditioning, you got.
all that has to be
All that
elevated.
stuff.
There's a lot of.
I might have a little concern with that, just to be honest with you. I don't know the answer, but I know that I don't particularly want to take on a
It
risk.
could be done and meet all compliance. I mean, it could be in compliance altogether if the design's right. And I've seen buildings that were, especially residential structures that did meet FEMA's or Gilmer County's flood ordinance. When Ivan come through, I also seen the flip side of that. We've all seen that, but I've seen the ones that were compliant and that worked. The water,
Yeah.
I think we're all in agreement
I
that we're
think
not
that
gonna have anything.
contingency would help, Charlie.
Well, I think we're all in agreement though, we're not gonna have anything put in there that's not gonna be compliant with, not gonna meet our regulations.
that is a flood prone area, but how high that is, I know that the ball fields and all that stuff floods, but have it ever got into the floor of the civic center? Has it ever got that
We
high?
got into the floor of the other building next to it.
The old 911 building.
Yeah, maybe a little lower elevation right there, but yeah, I see your concern, Dallas, but all I'm saying is there's a way to put that in there. In my mind, a fairly easy way that they could construct that. Of course, you could build the pad up a little bit, if that was a worst case scenario like Napa done right down the road there, when they built Napa, they elevated that pad. It's outside that base flood elevation and has not flooded, since it's been built.
Do we need to put anything in that lease relative to disclaimers or?
I haven't seen these. Do you have a lease, Charlie?
I don't think we've got it. And this is a proposal that they're asking for. Before they, and again, this is not something that's going to be started next month. This is to allow them to start their fundraising.
Which ultimately, they might, after they collect the one, might decide to use them for more, not buy more suitable.
Well, they could, but right
This
now,
just
this
gives
is
them the
what they're,
opportunity to.
what they deem to be their primary. But they can't start fundraising unless they have a commitment from the county to will let them.
So we're not really approving the lease agreement.
Well, in a sense we are, because we're not going to tell
Not
them
about
yes.
lease.
But we're not going to tell them yes, they can do it, and then have them raise the money and say, well, never mind.
It's more or less like a memorandum of understanding.
Yeah,
That would be, you're going to establish a memorandum of understanding that you will agree to lease the property and such, they can go ahead and commence their, collection, their donation collection. And that you will formalize that lease at a later date.
and we can make it contingent on meeting all flood requirements, whether that means,
City.
Yeah, I don't
whether that
know.
means elevating.
I don't even know if you have to make a contingent on it. The city of LJ has to be the governing authority over it, and if it doesn't need it, they're not allowed, they're not gonna allow it.
Well, but to meet Dallas's concerns, so.
I don't want to have a liability there that if it floods, we're responsible. Things like that. I don't want to get into that. I'd rather not build anything that we have something control in an area like that. That's,
How much control would we really have over this?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
we're leasing the property, they're building the building. How much responsibility?
if we don't have, I'm happy.
As long, they'll be responsible for the construction. I would suspect that they'll insure it,
They'll have to carry the insurance.
and they'll carry flood insurance, but, you know,
Even if they don't, and there's a total loss,
that's theirs.
It's their
all
loss.
of us.
The only thing you're providing and giving to them is the dirt on which they're gonna build it. I mean, y'all build a bathroom down there in an area that's going to flood at some point in time.
Well,
Yeah, but we put
I'm not going there, but I'm
But
telling
we
you,
put drains in.
that's a different
place to
situation.
squeegee the mud out.
Exactly.
It meets the requirement because what flows in can flow out, so it meets the requirement.
The only restriction on placement, and I'm not real fluent on all this, but the only restriction on placement of a structure in a floodplain is in the drainage area, all right?
In the floodway. You
Floodway.
can't construct in the floodway. You got your, you know, you got the river, and then you got, depending on the topography and all that, you've got an area designated as a floodway,
Yeah.
which, and sometimes it's pretty far. In most instances, that floodway is maintained in that 50-foot trout stream buffer. So, you know, 50 foot from the rest of the vegetation on each side of the river. But in some cases, depending on the topography, it's beyond that, and you can't construct, period, in the floodway.
Right. But that's, in terms of placement, that's the only.
Yeah, and I don't believe that in the, where, how far the river is from there. You know, the floodways is really where your velocity is. That's where your, you know.
That's the elevated channel.
Yeah, it's where when the river gets out of the bank, there's still some velocity to it. And in some cases, it is wider than others, but in a lot of cases, when you flood the park, if you ever look, the water's just up there.
It's a lake.
It's not flowing, it's up there. It may be moving a little, but there's no velocity to it. So that would be considered, you know, just zone AE, which is just a part of the designated floodplain.
Let's take
I'm
one
good with
step
them,
higher.
I'm good with them building it, but I wouldn't build it.
Let's take one step higher though and look at it for its intended purpose, which is, I personally believe that Boys and Girls Club are one of the best influences on kids that there possibly can be and make just a tremendous difference in any county. And I want to do what I can to help them out.
And proximity to the pool there is great.
Proximity to the pool, yeah, and to the Civic Center, because they're still going to have Bailey's as their, I believe what their plan is the younger kids would come over to the new building and the older kids would stay in the Civic Center. And the intent behind all of this is that they're trying to keep the older kids in the club longer and not have to boot them out to make room for new kids coming in. And, you know, I'm on board with that.
I am too.
All right, appoint a member to the Regional 1 DEBHDD Planning Board. I still have no idea who that might be. So, what I would propose is that we just kind of send them a letter and say, when you get a candidate, let us know and we'll appoint them. I don't know what else to do.
I don't have a suggestion.
Or another one you guys consider.
Back to writing this letter.
Bite your tongue, Jim.
Back to writing the letter. I'll be happy to do that if y'all want to go there.
It's appropriate. We don't. We got a candidate, it'd be a different situation.
Exactly.
I agree. Unfortunately,
Okay. The consideration of ordinance to allow registration of UTVs for road use. I believe what we pretty much determined last time was that as far as the county's concerned, they can use them.
Did we get that officially from the state?
We never got anything from State Patrol. You know, they were supposed to be sending us the actual Georgia code specifying why they weren't allowed. What we did get was some information regarding why it might be a bad idea, but that's not really what we're looking for.
If you register the vehicles, then you've got issues about insurance and all of this. I don't think we really should.
Well, that was originally the problem, was that Becky had determined that they weren't vehicles that could be registered, and these folks initially wanted to say, okay, we need to have something to allow us to register them. Then we determined that from a county perspective, they don't really have to be registered as long as they've got the safety equipment on them that they can be used. Now, here's the thing though, the objective that they have primarily in terms of using the county roads is they want to get to LJ. And they're interested in driving around LJ stuff, which we have no control over. The city of LJ and the LJ Police Department has made it very clear that that's going to be a no. So I have had a conversation with these guys, and what I've told them is, you need to go to the cities, and you need to go to the sheriff, and you need to go to the police departments, and work this out with them, because as far as the county is concerned, we don't care. But, you know, it's not really us that you're looking at here. You're looking at the cities. That's what your objective is. The other thing is, even if the county says, you know, we don't see anything prohibiting it, the sheriff will decide whether or not he's going to enforce anything like the county. So basically, I've told him, you gotta talk to the sheriff. There's no ordinance, and that's what it gets back to with us. There's no ordinance that I see that we can put in place that's going to make any difference here. So what they need is they need to get from the cities and from the law enforcement agencies.
What about the roads of the road?
This thing is interpreted differently throughout the whole state, and that's
That's the problem.
when Charlie couldn't get, or just hearing that he wasn't able to get what the Georgia State Patrol, I could not find an ordinance per se that would
I
say
can't
one way or the other. The Attorney General's offered an opinion that they can be cited for traffic violations. So, but these are really high, these aren't four-wheelers, these are
Right.
$20,000.
And that's the
But
point.
they don't have airbags.
No, they don't have their,
Not
they
insured,
got
But neither does a
courtesy.
motorcycle.
Yeah,
Have airbags.
so,
But it has its own classification under the law.
It does, and that's where a lot of this problem comes in, because under the law, they talk
What,
about.
state or federal?
State. Under the law, they talk about, and I forget the names they've got for them, they don't call them ATVs, but they call them, well, they don't even call them UTVs,
They
they've
call
got
them
about 4 or 5 different
Special
names.
off-road,
Special off-road.
something.
They've got 4 or 5 different names
Usually
of
we're
types of
identifying.
vehicles. And what you have to do is look at a particular vehicle and decide where it fits here. And each one of these classifications are allowed to do different
Yeah,
things.
based on the weight and equipment and number of
And these folks
passengers.
have looked all these things over and they've decided that, okay, UTV fits
Right.
here and we're allowed to do this. And I see their point, but it's still an interpretation and nothing more.
essentially, they're coming to the county, asking the county to approve it. And really, this is something that the state's gonna have to further define. And, it'd be, I think that's the best approach is, hey, y'all don't have any opposition to it, but we're not gonna create an ordinance that's gonna essentially approve it.
Exactly. The other thing that
And it is a city.
the other thing that we discussed is the possibility that, you know, maybe we can get out and ride, wait till we get that first citation, and then start taking it through the courts and get something determined about it. And which I thought was just a marvelous idea, if they can afford to do that, so. But the bottom line is, I don't see anything for the county to do here, other than to say, we don't care.
And then let the sheriff.
Let the
decide,
sheriff and
or
the-
the cities.
I don't even think we say we don't care.
Well,
We have to say we
That's
have no interest.
That's a statement of position in and of itself, really.
I believe though that
They deserve a response.
we had to try to get a legal opinion on this, and I believe the legal opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong here, David, was just simply, we didn't find anything that said they couldn't do it.
Now, that I like.
Okay, so
But
then,
to say that we don't care is an endorsement.
well, I paraphrase sometimes, but to simply say that there is nothing prohibiting it from the county's perspective, so that we therefore don't see any need for an ordinance.
Good.
They've got lights, I know you're looking at me got lights, they've got all the equipment, they've got, the 4 wheels, I mean, you look at it, but there's some areas of the state will enforce it, and there are some areas that won't. It's an inconsistency. And, now, the feds, they won't allow them inside the National Forest Service on their road. And there is insurance, there's liability. You can get insurance for those vehicles, and you can actually get liability insurance.
In some states.
But not all of them do. And, so it's just like going to mine, but they're high-tech vehicles.
Seems to me
Like
like,
a dune buggy.
Yeah.
That's like a dune buggy.
we use them, but, it seems to me like if you could get an insurance policy on them, and you meet the blinkers, lights, minimum speed requirement, that you could do it, but it seems like you could even get a tag at that point if you.
But to get the insurance and to verify that they got insurance, you gotta go through the registration process over here, because the state will revoke that's when you have a lapse in insurance, they'll send you a notice that they're gonna revoke the drive.
That seems like the hang up, because by law, you're required to have insurance, minimum coverage, right, to be on the road. So it seems to me if they stopped you and you couldn't produce insurance, that automatically you're done, you're out, so.
But can you actually secure insurance?
That's the thing. It seems to me like if you had a policy and your
Are
vehicle.
you saying that you can't?
Some
For-
insurance companies.
But yeah, you can drive a tractor down the road with a little orange triangle on the back.
But, and that, the
That's got
insurance,
no insurance.
the insurance has been an argument against it. And generally speaking, the failure of an ability to get insurance. But I don't see that as a county issue.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that about moving county. You got insurance?
It's just that at the end of the day, situation, y'all don't need to create an ordinance to approve.
Well, and it would change absolutely nothing if we did. So, because it's still state law that we're bumping against, and city ordinances, neither of which we can override with our ordinance. So my recommendation would be that we just,
Because we found nothing to disallow.
is there any other general discussion? Hearing none. Approving the application of the Sohail Roy, Shorty's Enterprise Inc., Walter's Corner for an alcohol beverage license. Before we get into this, would anybody like to take about a 10-minute break?
That's good.
Other than me?
I'm in favor of that.
Okay.
Would it be possible to get that document, that legal document to the clerk, please? Probably won't take long to read.
That's sort of like snacks.
Huh?
How's my heart?
It's all like football.
Yeah. But it caught up to him this past weekend.
I turned that off when I fell behind by 10 or so.
Yeah.
And then I scored, I'm like, damn, I should have kept watching that game.
Which game?
Tennessee and Texas A&M went in double overtime. Tennessee was down like by 10 at one point. That's when I switched over to another game. So I scored a kick one. Shoot.
That was the one to watch.
Should have stuck with it. They won 3 of the 5 games in the last minute.
source for these almonds. I bought a 25-pound bag of roasted almonds for like $113. So I'll give you a report on how long they last.
Where'd you get them from?
It's a restaurant supply place, and they just have a big bag, plastic sealed bag. And we've got a big mason jar with a, you know, the old kind of lid,
Yeah.
rubber gasket. It held probably 22 pounds of it. So I know you eat them about every day.
I do.
I do too. So I'll let you know how the freshness works. But $113 for 25 pounds is pretty
That's
darn-
cheap.
That's $4 and what, quarter or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I tried it, he said pretty good.
Because I think I paid for like, what was I paid? I guess $9 a pound.
Under half price, yeah. They're pretty good, aren't they?
They are.
These are Blue Diamond, just very lightly salted. But anyway, I know you're at home and love it.
Just like my potato chip.
Me too.
Yeah, when we had the two razors, Stacy called Charlie at State Farm and he's like, no. So we don't issue insurance on those things. It's worth a shot.
It sounds like the biggest can of worms ever.
Mm.
We got that.
My fear is say, if somebody on a four-wheeler sees this UTV riding up down the road, because no, wait a second, I'm just gonna take a four-wheeler out there.
And then the
That's
first
what
time
it's
there's
gonna
an
be.
accident.
Yeah, UTV versus cars, is not good.
It's just,
Just won't be good.
I think I'm gonna ask them to go into the executive session.
No, you cheat.
No, today. There won't be any action taken, but it just needs to be discussed. I'd rather do it today than tomorrow night, if that's all right with y'all.
on what topic?
Fire station.
I'll check out water, diet pictures, whatever y'all might want.
Good.
I've got coffee, thank you.
Is it bad?
No, it's just, it's a little obstacle. you gotta get around.
Of course there is.
Did you think anything would be simple? It's not bad though, and it just needs to be discussed.
Do we have, I think we have that on our agenda, don't we?
You talking about executive session?
Is it regarding access?
Oh, okay. That's, can we do it in executive session?
Yeah, just add it, let's go in, no action's gonna be taken, and we'll decide.
Does it qualify?
Huh?
Does it qualify for executive session?
Yeah, because you're still trying to apply. You've got some, but you need to apply more.
That's true.
Do we need a motion to change the agenda?
When you get down there, just add.
It's good to see that you and Jim's working so closely together on the spring bank design.
Yeah. Yeah. Cut the tension in the air there for a minute.
What tension? No tension.
You just gotta convince him you're right.
You got those?
I don't know.
Oh, good.
And I've emailed this to everybody.
Not to pick on you, Jim, but there was a tree hanging very close to White Path. During the grand hanging.
635-4589. Jesus.
I gotta write that down. Jim would never give me that number.
Had to go in and raise it. gratitude as well.
This has no financial stuff in it at all, right?
6. Article 2.
Oh, back page. Makes a difference.
The rest of the story.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
The only ones I have, these are, well, we're not gonna talk about.
Well, actually, we can back up and discuss this a little bit more if you come back to it.
Numbers 1 and 5 in Article 2. Are we really gonna do that? Are we really gonna come up to employees or promote to them?
Well, yeah, I brought that up with John Rathbone, and he says that they're not looking for a lot of anything there. It maybe, maybe we post something on the bulletin board, and I don't have a problem putting something on the website for it.
I don't think y'all got anything on the website other than matters. I think the chamber's always been the website that's been used to advertise that type of. I think just, if you do, you just might be opening it up to others that might make a request.
Well,
We might make a link to the chamber. You might have that on there, I haven't looked close enough, but make a link to the chamber for those.
and we can do that, and we can modify this any way we want to. Their whole thing is they want something, some sort of an agreement that will allow them to go after grants. Yeah, and that's more important to, of course, they're also, they like the idea of us giving them a grant of some level too, but that's more important to them than the rest of this, is being able to go after the grants and being able to get some from us.
So I would question number 1, in that we don't have a precedent for that. I would question number 5, because we don't have a precedent, and we might open up what the chamber says, want to promote membership in the chamber. And then number 6, instead of saying minimum annual grant will be considered for an annual grant during the budgetary process, I hate to put a figure on it. So isn't that sort of binding future?
Well, that was the reason for the narrow kick out there in January. So you be considering the budget in October, November of the year preceding the award. So if you're saying consider, I don't know if that's going to get them the grants that they're looking for. I think if you use the term award and then you get the kick out, then you're fine. If you decide you don't want to appropriate that amount of money in that upcoming calendar year, you notify them in that time period that you can kick out of that contract.
So how does that work? We're about to go through the budget process.
That's correct.
And I'm not talking about the chamber, but that's where it's in place. Would we be required, we would have to have notified the chamber first 2 weeks of 2016 to change the percentage during our October meetings, all right? The notification precedes.
For the following year. See, that's the catch is it's a short time window and it's for the following year.
But I'm still fuzzy about, could we make a change in the chamber percentage of hotel motel tax for the 2017 budget and then notify them in January, or would we have to have notified them January 2016 before the budget?
I believe the way, and I have to go out and look at the contract, but it was my understanding that it was the 2000, you'd have to notify them in 2016 that you weren't going to be funding them in 2017.
So you would have to anticipate the budget process 10 months ahead of time.
Yeah, and that was so that they could plan accordingly.
And that was my understanding, but I want to make sure that's what we really did. Okay, so all that was to say about number 6. What is your point?
I think that, as you suggested, would consider, is not going to be strong enough for them to receive the potential government grant that they're looking for assistance. I think if you use the term award and a specified dollar amount or a minimum of, and then, you know, they can take that to the,
That's concrete.
yeah, and then the only thing is that you've got that kick-out clause there that you can exercise and take it out.
So the wording is fine, is what you, bottom line, what you're saying. So 1 and 5 is something that's a question.
Okay, now this currently specifies September 15th to September 15th, we would probably bump up a month. Automatically renews, not to exceed 1 year, unless either party notifies the other at least 60 days prior to renewal date. May be terminated by either party upon 90 days written notice, with or without cause. So we actually wouldn't have to notify them according to their wording. Back in January, we can
No.
notify them.
In this case.
Yeah, we can notify them in around the 1st of September or so, or later even.
The chamber wanted to tighten it over there because of, they're very dependent on the funding.
Well, the issue there is Paige has to commit to advertising so far in advance to arrange it. It's kind of like getting on the books for this flight here. You gotta meet deadlines, and if you don't know your funding's there, that's kind of shaky ground.
But I guess to my point, I kind of like their
Oh, this is fine.
terminology here,
I have no
but this is
problem
better
with
than
it.
trying to.
But those two seem to be setting precedents, and I'm not sure we should.
We can,
Well, it's sort of vague, actually, even though it says promote. To me, that's a non-defined word.
well, and I brought this up to John, and we've had a discussion on this. And, you know, according to him, they're very vague. I mean, you do something, don't do something, I mean, just anything.
Yeah.
But it's
Which
word-
makes me wonder why it needs to be in there at all, unless this is also something that might help them with their grant process, and I don't know that.
And it's also worth noting that John's no longer the director. So what is the
Well-
current interpretation?
That's true.
Well, and Travis, the same question would come about on number 2, if we pursue or explore opportunities. It's the same idea. Are we committing to anything or not? And what, if we are, what are we committing to? Same question, I think, on that item. And I don't really have a problem with those because they're so vague in what they do. But I'm not a lawyer. So I'm not. So I hear what you're saying. If it were specific, I might have a concern too.
So how are we going to satisfy condition 1? And how are we going to satisfy condition 5? We can't do nothing on either one of them.
Okay, promote Gilmer Arts programs and events through existing communication channels as permitted by rules. So first of all, we're not committed to do anything that would be a problem or set a precedent.
Right.
Specifically in the promotion, bringing out adjacent sexual talent, best events, blah, blah, roles of parts for Gilmer Arts community courses. Honestly, I don't know of anything we can do that would meet that.
I mean, are we really gonna promote those on the Gilmer County website?
No, that's already determined that would be a bad idea, but we could add a link to the chamber's website. Not specifically for this, we just put a link to the chamber's website.
And if that will satisfy that, to leave in there, if not. And And then, are we gonna ask our human resource director to promote this membership to our employees?
I don't personally see a problem with just putting a bulletin up on the website, support locations, saying, you know, Gilmer Arts is a good place if you want to be a member.
You could do a payroll insert.
I'm not sure. Oh, payroll insert, yeah.
I don't wanna commit to something and then not do it,
Right.
number one, and then I don't wanna commit to anything inappropriately that sets a precedent. So we don't want to set. So,
I mean, it's
Just proclaiming and promoting the artist
That's
as Gilmer
promotion.
Artist Month is significant.
But we do that anyway.
Right, I know, but in that sense, you were indirectly promoting Gilmer Artist.
I don't see a problem with us promoting Gilmer Arts if it's something that we choose to do and want to do. I guess what I'm saying is from a legal perspective, and David, correct me, but from a legal perspective, I don't see a problem with us doing so few things to promote Gilmer Arts, whatever that we decide we want to do.
I mean, if we choose to leave a flyer out on the front table or something, is that okay?
Yeah.
I hope so, because I've already done that.
Yeah, right.
Really?
I know.
It doesn't state what you have to actually do, it just
No.
says promote,
No.
which is always open to interpretation.
Right.
The only reason maybe you could have a backdoor agreement that you promote and not have a contractual obligation that you promote. That's the only thing I can see. Because when you do have a contractual obligation, even though it's vague, it's open to interpretation. And it's I don't think that NAW would ever, in its wildest dreams, ever consider suing the county for something. So I don't know if this is the type of contract you can get over buried in, but it is something that at the end of the day, you probably wouldn't want in there if you don't know your strategy.
I don't see, there's really no reason I see why we can't just take number one out, if that would make this a better contract for the county. And then if they have some compelling reason why it needs to be there, they can present that to us.
Yeah, and if it's grant determined, then maybe that might be, you could explain. And then you could find what is the level of effort the county has to engage. Maybe you could say minimally or something of that nature. Instead of,
number one gets a little more, it uses the word specifically, promotion.
Why don't we just delete it?
We already do some of it. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce, they've got packets that they pass out with inserts in there. And Ghana has got one in there. We pass them out at the airport.
but that contract, this contract's between the county and y'all, it's not between the chamber.
The chamber's a private organization.
They just don't want to assume a responsibility or duty that they really don't have any responsibility or obligation to assume.
Well, are y'all okay with just removing number one?
Either remove it or have a plan for how we carry it out. I'm good with either one.
Yeah.
You could put something in there that, you promote it and something in your sole decision, in a manner that it's in your sole decision.
At our discretion.
At our sole decision discretion.
With that.
Okay, I keep having to ask this question. How specifically would we promote bringing LJ sensational talent, the best series, as a county? How would we do it? We say we're going to do it.
It's already done.
So we're good
We're
for
good for 1 year.
10 years.
All we need to do is find a dress for you.
You're up for next year, Travis.
What is it? I haven't seen that.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
Oh,
No, I know y'all were talking about something this morning.
We're-
Lord, Charlie. This is about as bad as when my dad dressed up as a
wasn't me wearing those slippers at one time.
No, it's
when I had-
not.
When I caved.
No, it's
No,
not.
It's not that bad, not that bad?
No.
Especially in this day and age of gender
Yes.
sensitivity.
Oh, my goodness, don't bring that up. Oh, don't bring that up.
You'll have to always be cognizant of what bathroom you're walking into. People are going to consider you to be a cross-dresser.
We has options now.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Our only regret is we couldn't run that in color.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I had been warned you're gonna run one, but I was looking for, I didn't think you were going, yeah, that's $200 worth of ad space. Free. Well,
And what exactly are you advertising?
moving right along.
If I were signing
Yeah.
this contract personally, I would attempt to exclude number one.
Okay.
I think 5 is fine, but that's me. I'm not trying to speak for y'all, but if I'm going to contractually commit to something, I'm gonna have a plan for how it's gonna be, or I'm not gonna do it.
I'm good with it.
I'm fine with that, Travis, yeah. I understand your concern.
Everything else look okay? Or any other changes?
You said we switched the date to October.
I think that we would have to switch the date to October, yeah. So we ready to move on yet? Here we go, objections. Let's see, we were about to start on the approving the approving the application for a alcoholic beverage license.
If I understand this is strictly a change of ownership.
Yeah, that's right. And he completed their background, fingerprints, all that, and paid the $1,000 fee.
Did they have to go through the planning commission on that?
Yeah, yeah.
The planning commission had nothing to do with this.
No, this is true. More information.
Right.
Yeah, the guy that owned it, I didn't realize he owned the marathon in town too. The guy that owned Walkers, he owned both of them. I didn't know that. He owned by the Jolly Rogers.
Yeah.
He owned that one, and he owned Walkers as well. He sold this to a buddy of his. So that's, yeah, he's right, it's just a change of ownership.
Would this business now be subject to the no signage visible from the road?
I think it's January 1st.
So it's renewals after that date. So this one would not be subject until it's renewed, is that?
No, I think that the way the no signage was, it went into place on January 1st. All the signs had to come down.
This January.
Upon renewal, they didn't have to come down that day, but upon renewal of the license, they did.
Oh, what you're saying, since we've got new applicants.
Does this constitute a renewal of license or not?
This is not marked, it's not.
It's not a renewal.
It's not a renewal.
So these would have to come in.
New applicant, yes.
Well, you should be aware of that.
I don't know that he is.
When does this start? When would this take effect?
I'm not sure if they closed on it yet or not. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I'm assuming as soon as
He's
they
not gonna-
vote on it,
Can
right?
we approve it if they haven't closed?
I think they probably, I don't know, I'd have to ask Karen's the one that handles the alcohol license for me, but she told me everything was done. I actually just went over and get a snack, and I asked her about it, and she said everything was done on it, but I'm not 100% sure about the closing. It may already be sold, and all they're doing is just renewing them. I mean, it'd be different if there was no license there, you know, but.
What if the sale was contingent upon that?
Well, yeah, but really the only thing that I know would unless the board found something else. If his background check come back clean and his, and he meets the other criteria for having a license, I mean, there's currently one there.
Right.
You know, so unless there was a red flag of why not, you know, of why we shouldn't issue, or the board shouldn't issue a license to the new owner.
Well, and then there's the question, you don't want to be paying $1,000 today and then another $1,000 for January 1.
Now, he would only pay, $1,000 is for a new license, and it's $500 per year.
He paid $1,000.
Right.
500 of that was an application.
Yeah, 500 was the application, 500
When
was
does it
the.
start, is the question.
That, I don't, are we calendar year on that, Dave? Do you know? I've got the ordinance right here, but I don't.
The old one was, it was always calendar year, but
Well, now, I have been signing renewals just all through the year, which makes me believe it would have to be not necessarily.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, though. Did the new one not come to,
it was a calendar.
did we change it
Did
to
we
a
change
calendar
it to a
year?
calendar?
Yeah, it changed to a calendar.
I believe it's here on the library. Sit down.
So when they renew, technically their signage has to come down. Are they aware of that?
I doubt it.
That was kind of a,
I think
one of
it's
the
the new
reasons
one.
I think the community was so accepting of the change. I think it's that Margaret is, I think we need.
And it is what it is. I mean, it would have to come down anyway.
So that is, I mean, this is one of the
Renewal.
changes was made, I think.
But because this is something that's occurring earlier, this would have to come down a little bit.
But I mean, under the.
There is no partial year
During the
payment,
year, is
basically.
there a mechanism to make them aware of that, or?
I don't know that there is any outlook.
So the question is, does the old one carry over to December, and this one kick in January 1, or what?
That's what it's, I was gonna find out there.
I don't recall it going to the calendar year, right?
I thought that was mentioned, but I might be wrong. There may
I
be,
don't remember it.
It's always been calendar year, we just never enforce it that way.
I'm not sure it's.
They're supposed to be available in advance for the entire year, beginning January 1, ending December 31st.
that's what I was thinking, he paid the
It's
$1,000
always been
now,
that way.
500, and then he'll have to renew again for an additional 500 at the beginning of the year.
And that was the problem, is internally, the licenses were being done on
Yearly basis.
a 12-month calendar, 12-month time period.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
now, they should be all going back to
yeah.
the calendar.
That's what we wanted to do, because like Charlie said, we had them come, we were going from that 12-month.
And I think Karen has done that with everything on the renewal basis, but this is a change of ownership. Maybe.
It's the same one, it's still, in essence, it's a new license, so there's that $1,000 fee up front.
The location might be grandfathered, but it is a new license.
It's a new license, so they gladly paid the $1,000. This is where we run into that deal at Crossroads, you remember, where we allowed a $500 credit, because he had paid that.
That's a precedent, right.
You know, but it was still $1,000 for him too. It was just, he was allowed to be credited.
Do the rest of the providers around the county know that that's coming into place and know what signage?
I assumed that they did. I mean, I've not called every one of them and said, hey, you know, you're gonna have to meet this, but if that's something you think I need to do, I will.
As part of the renewal process, they need to have a,
Copy of the ordinance for
Other
change.
changes and let them know that we can do that. And I'm not 100% sure.
Rather than calling, I would suggest we just send a letter to each
Yeah,
license holder.
just,
Copy of the
but
ordinance.
that was effective immediately, right?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, but I think it
Upon renewal.
on
on renewal was the word.
when y'all agreed to enforce it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's,
Riles doing well with this, do you know?
And I went out there, he didn't even have coolers yet, he didn't even have them.
I hear, no, I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
well, let me say this, my telephone has not rung, so I can't.
Yeah.
Contact this guy before tomorrow night, make sure he's aware of the signage situation.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I can definitely contact him, but it really doesn't seem like he's got much say in the matter. I mean,
He needs to be
he's,
aware.
they've closed,
I
what
think
Karen said,
awareness
and
is-
he's gonna take over, he's taking the business over on November the 1st.
Well, we need to make sure too, though, that this is actually closed, because I'm not sure we can approve a license for him if he
He's
doesn't
not there.
currently own.
Are you talking about the one in Turnertown?
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree, Charlie.
They get closed?
No, they're not closed, they're just,
No,
guys,
it's just changing.
sold out, it's just somebody else is taking over.
Well, when I say closed, I'm talking about the real estate deal closed.
Oh.
Yeah.
I doubt it being sold, that's owned by Walker, but I'd say what's happening is the business is being actually sold, not the ground. But that's been a sore subject.
You know what,
The assessor's office.
What he told me when he come in, now that I think about it, and I don't know how the business works, but I thought he told me, this is my new partner. He's taking over, so I think this guy's retaining some ownership in the business, I'm not sure.
Well, he said on here, it's like he's got the name of the owner in Ron, and he is the tenant.
Across the street.
Says percent of ownership down here, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe,
So I don't understand.
So
Is he the,
maybe
is
he's
he,
leasing the property.
why do we say name of owner here?
Here's landlord and tenant.
Owner here.
Is Ronald Walker is the landlord. It's on that.
Yeah, I see that, but on the front page, it says the owner.
So the business owner is Sohail Ray, and the property owner is Ronald Walker.
That's my code.
So we should be good, and should be able to give him license.
And that's the way it's always been out there, is it's been used, for C-store.
and I can find out for sure here later today if they've actually closed the transaction. And as far as the notices go, Dallas, Karen's saying that the plan was to send out copies of the new ordinance with the renewal notices. So as she sent out,
When did this go out?
I don't know, probably not too long from now, because they'll be due. So I'm sure she'll be getting them ready soon, but, because that's what she just said, that after she'd done it, she said, no, she was planning to send them out with a notice saying, hey, here's your notice, and by the way, you're gonna have to,
That's when your phone rings.
May have scheduled a trip for that. Forward my comments to Dallas.
That was a very
Do
public
you feel like
process.
why
There was
the
plenty of
equipment
opportunity.
changes votes name to my other line, and say I'm on my other line?
Charlie, just have call your agent.
Right.
For your buddy, making clear, call your agent.
That's what I'm doing.
So what do we do with this? Are we good?
I don't see any problem on our end, but
Okay.
I'll call the guy and really to address make sure he's on the same page about the ordinance, but at the same time, I'll give a little bit more detail just in case. But David's right, it is just a business.
All the background checks on that, sorry.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be all attached to an application where the
I don't
original
have
is.
any problem with all that, right?
Do we have protocol for protecting people's data, like here's the social security?
That's all redacted from what I understand. After we get through this process, I know I've heard Karen talk about that many times, is when they're filling that out, she tells them after the approval, that is white. She'll white out the social security number or whatever else.
I don't even know it's appropriate to be on here for us.
Well, y'all were using it for review as far as the background check and things of that nature. It wouldn't be subject to an open record request, it wouldn't be subject to disclosure. But it's just like turning in your personal property tax return. That's not something that's.
Let me ask you a question here, looking at this, and notice this before we go. This guy's home address is Lilbridge, Georgia. I thought they had your resident in Gilmer County.
They designated a local person, it's always been Mr. Walker.
Okay, all right, I got you.
But as far as that facility, as far as that location, it's always been agreed to be.
A lot of those have done
As
that.
long as we got that. Okay. Anything else on this one? All right, final decision of approval by Gilmer County Board of Commissioners. This is a zoning request for Jessica Heaton, R1 residential low density to A1 agricultural. I believe this was to combine. Let me,
Yeah, it's a combination here. There's several plats in there, but there is a new plat showing the total combined acreage at 13.19. Really, in essence, what happened was this lady sold 3 acres to her neighbor and held a lien on it. Well, something's happened, and I guess for what she's paid, they let her keep an acre and a half, and they foreclosed on the other acre and a half, and now she's wanting to add it back to the rest of her property, combine it, rezone it, and then put it all in conservation. That's the whole plan here, and you can see on the last page kind of the way it exists right now. And then on the new plat, you know, there's this big plat right here that shows this is already done. It's just on final approval, it'll be rezoned to ag and go into conservation.
Does she really own that acre and a half?
Yeah, there's a plat on the
Okay.
I believe, yeah. Yeah, she, I think even that we included the information on the deed and the well, somewhere there it talks about what happened right there, as far as her, foreclosing on it, but nevertheless, yes, she owns it. And, we didn't have any opposition whatsoever, and all the planning commissioners made a recommendation to approve it.
If she owns it, I have no problem with it.
okay. All right, the next, rezoning from Prairie Farms, R1 residential low density to A1 agricultural. And if I recall, it seems like this was, that's the same, combination.
Yeah, it was not much combination. There just happened to be a tiny little, somehow a sliver got left over there, and Scott said when he surveyed it, they, 0.3 out of 220 acres. I think he showed it on his plat right there. You can see it cut out right there, that little 0.3. I mean, it's really nothing to it. But anyhow, it's the same. This guy wants to put it in, he wants to go to agricultural, and if you look around it, it's completely surrounded. Was it you, David, tell me that that we'd received the final plan on this? I mean, not final plat, but preliminary, where this Bill Holt was going to, there was actually a preliminary done on this, divided into about 180 lots.
That was Daniel Parker, probably, was the subdivider. That was his tract on there. And maybe Bill had intended to purchase it and subdivide it and everything, but then, of course, everything went up.
Well, somebody at a meeting told me that Scott, he said he's done, they spent thousands on, this is already set, ready to go as a R1 subdivision, with about 180 lots in it or something.
Yeah, it's a long ways down Ravenwood, though.
Yeah, but the point is when the one guy showed up, was a little concerned about maybe what was gonna happen and all that, and when they told him that subdivision plat was sitting there, in essence, it's still sitting there. They could come in right now and resubmit, and
Your preliminary plat, if they don't commence work within a specified period of time, it goes away.
yeah, but they could
They
re-up
could
it.
re-up it, yeah.
So he was concerned that somebody may do that, an investor may buy it and then subdivide it. So after he heard that, he's like, no, okay, this guy's intent is nothing.
No.
intensive livestock. He's just a guy that owns a large parcel, and he comes up here and hunts a little bit with his kids, and intends to let them build houses on the property at some point too. That's the main reason for the agricultural, and there's pasture area on this property too, so he does want an option if he wants to bring a couple of horses up, that he can do that. So anyhow, we didn't, other than the one guy that showed up for asking questions, we didn't have any opposition on it, and in the same way, all the planning commissioners made a recommendation to approve that as well.
And the guy that showed up wasn't really opposition.
No, he showed up with concerns of what, and I told him, I said that, yeah, it would qualify as for intensive livestock, but there's pasture, but it's very little, and it's a big timber tract. Scott spoke on this guy's behalf and kind of talked to the guy and told him the pros and cons to each zoning, and once he heard that, he was like, okay, that's fine, I just kind of want to make sure he wasn't planning to do something, farming related, but that's it. I think it
So
actually,
it's going away.
yeah, yeah, it will just, I mean, it's actually probably fit better as ag than, about 80% of it's surrounded by agriculture.
It's where it adjoins the mine.
Yeah, it's always called moose on the backside. Which we've got a zoning request coming from there.
Yeah, I saw that coming up. How many, 100 acres?
Something like that,
Yeah.
about 80 or 100 acres.
Big, big.
It's off Whitestone Road and 515. I'm just curious what them, the funny thing is, I haven't heard anything yet. I posted the sign down there a couple weeks ago. I figured the phone was gonna be blowing up.
Is that the sign
For another
on
mining operation?
515?
There's one on 515. I put one on here, I don't think I'm changing it, I put one on 515, and I put one on Whitestone Road. Because I don't want to get called out on that deal again.
Was everybody okay with this particular one here?
Didn't have any, other than that few questions, that's it. The board approved it.
I'm good, Charlie.
Then, the next one is zoning for Cynthia A. Magnum, R1 residential low density to A1 agriculture. Main room, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so she wants to be able to have a, RV site with septic for use as a guest house.
Yeah, that's what it is. She says it's for, she's, I think Jehovah's Witness and, prayer groups coming over and whatnot. She wants to be able to let them stay the weekend or whatever overnight, I'm not sure, but that's the main reason. And she did mention maybe something about having a couple of goats, maybe at some point, some miniature goats or something, but, because she could have done R1 with a conditional use for a guest house, but, she did say then that there was as much agricultural behind her as there is, and the possibility that she may want to get a few little goats on the property, that she would rather go ahead and ask for the agricultural. I had a couple of people call and ask me questions about this, but I can't remember. I don't believe anybody actually showed up at the meeting, and I don't remember anybody opposing it. And of course, the board did make a recommendation for approval.
And this did say that it has septic, right?
Well, it does, yeah, it will before she can do anything like what she's talking about doing.
Okay. Anybody have any problems with that?
No, I think that's suitable.
Resolution approving the advertisement for a new chapter to the Gilmer County Code of Ordinances regulating activities on the unincorporated rivers of the county. Travis, you wanna- give us a rundown on that one? what are we at?
new on that, Travis?
I didn't see it.
Probably said the last week, I would put on there so nobody can make a decision to do it or not do it.
Well, I didn't even, I went back to the minutes, Kim, to see, and I did not see that. I apologize,
Work
but
session.
I know it's still an open issue, Travis, and I understand that, but I think we need to continue to work on it, and we need to do that, but I don't have any new news that I'm able to put on the table for you.
I personally felt with all the work we're doing on the land use ordinance, it was muddying the water, to continue it until we get some of this other stuff.
I'm okay with that, Travis, we just,
I really believe we got to proceed on it and do something.
I understand.
I felt it was a bit much to try to tackle it during the land use ordinance. But honestly, I didn't see it on here.
Do we want to table this to a later meeting?
I think so, because I don't
I'm fine with that.
What meeting do you think would be? The land use ordinance is going to go through the, January meeting work for you?
Once you get through the November meeting, on the land use, the second meeting is just really,
It's just a reader.
it's just the second reader and just the confirmation. So this could come back in December. And,
Okay.
and, that way, if you did all come to a consensus, or at least the majority come to a consensus, you could put it out and have that ordinance in place probably no later than February, maybe March. So that way, that catches the season.
Yeah, we're in a.
So does December work? Okay, Kim, would you put it on for December? And then we'll just table that.
Charlie, while we're on this item, my sign shop has got 4 signs ready to post.
I need for you to get with, or for your sign guy, or somebody to get with Woody.
Yeah.
And every time I've asked, I seem, I keep thinking I get a different answer, but we want that to be posted at the put-in point.
At the put-in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would think. I mean, we got, well, let me back up. We got 4 signs. We got 2 establishments.
Mhm.
So Woody, as I understand, doesn't put in where his storefront is.
He puts in on Lower Carter Road.
So it looks to me like we need one sign at each location.
Okay.
And I don't know what the situation is for the other outfitter, but we would need one certainly for the storefront. If he puts in somewhere different, then we would need one there as well.
Are we gonna give them the signs and let them post them, or?
We need to post it.
Are these, outdoor signs?
They're the alcohol,
Are they outdoor signage?
yeah,
Yeah.
Is it metal signs?
it's actually plastic. But it's metal,
Is
I mean, it's out,
Is that the
outdoor.
trend? I post them at the bridge there on Lower Carter, on both sides of the bridge, one heading south and one heading north. Because that's the
It's used.
That's where people technically put in, and I post the others there on one of the Mulkey Road or somewhere on Mulkey, and then one down there at the county takeout down there.
But then
What
by that
about,
point,
what
they've
about the
already.
guy up there on, Big Creek and, Polk Bridge?
You can post some there too.
I only have 4, I have one.
But now, your posting is not eliminating their responsibility to advise their clients.
It's not, but this is, honestly, this is in response to the property owners saying, when are we gonna get signs posted? Because, people are still coming down with glass bottles with alcohol.
Well,
And I think that's something we can incorporate into the ordinance.
The ordinance,
is that
which is
a commercial
in there.
outfitter has to have established a signage at his premises stating that there's no alcohol. This would be to catch those that are not necessarily using
Non-outfitter.
the non-outfitters.
So we did actually, when we were voting to ban the alcohol in the river, we did actually have discussions with Woody in particular, in terms of, we will post some signs for you.
customers are being told, I had some friends from Canton come up and laugh, and I won't say which company, but they asked the question specifically, is it all right to take alcohol? And their answer answer was, and I quote, as long as it's not in a glass container.
I believe that's how we did it.
That's not what the sign says.
Well, that's why we need to get the signs.
But customers are being told that currently.
Well, that's, and I don't see how that can be misunderstood.
It is not a misunderstanding. It's not even close to a misunderstanding.
But that's why we need to get signs up.
Well, I don't want my sign guy to go bebopping in to a private establishment and putting up a sign.
Yeah, that's the reason I think they need to be at the overpass on the bridge on both sides. If you know what I'm talking about.
And then part of the
What
ordinance,
about the other one?
part of the ordinance can be a provision, if you're using that multi-takeout, you have to make this effort to apprise your
Customers
customers.
signage that.
Well, and then the one that we proposed before, it was part of the, they had the sign.
Sure. And you can make them do both. I mean, that's an important aspect, because that seems to be the thing that sends the neighborhood, is the more you drink, the more you gotta go to the restroom, and then of course you step out of the.
Those homeowners have been crying out for relief for years. They've not gotten it.
I just need direction, that's all I
Well,
need.
I want us to get these 4 signs up pretty quickly. So we need to decide where, now you're talking about putting them up at the bridge at Old Park.
And I think Jim's wanting to do it up there at Holt Bridge as well. Since
Yeah, you got an outfitter up there.
All right, and that's,
Okay, and we would post these, not on private
In the
property,
county right away.
in the county right of way.
that's fine.
Okay.
Did we, in that ordinance, specify down upstream from or how was it? There was a section of river mentioned, and it may not have gone upstream from Lower Parkway Road. We have to review
For the
that.
alcohol?
Yeah.
I thought the alcohol would apply.
We said all.
We said,
We
oh,
said
it
all.
was where there was commercial activity, that's what it
Yeah.
was. Which would include up to Hope.
And the Holt Bridge one doesn't need to go up at the bridge, it probably needs to go after you turn on the Holt Bridge, because by that, if you wait till they're up to the bridge, they've already made the turn right into to that establishment there. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay, I've got 4 signs, so I'm gonna post, do I need to post anything at Malton?
One at Holt Bridge, after you make the turn off of the Big Creek. 2 down there at Lower Cartier, because it can get activity on both sides. And then 1 down there at the takeout, and that just is established. Because a lot of those that are using it for their own private purpose will sometimes have a vehicle at the takeout.
When you run the shuttle, you go to the takeout first and drop a vehicle, then go to the other one.
So they'll see that sign there.
Okay. So 2 at the
We
bridge,
might have the
1
second
at
time
Hope.
they do it anyway.
That's right, we will,
Right.
the 2. But there is willful disobedience.
What
And
this,
I can give you a signed statement with exact verbatim words from an individual.
Actually, I think probably it'd be more appropriate to get that sign statement to Stacy. If we want to go there.
the closing thing on the sign is by order of the Gilmer County Board of Commissioners.
Years ago, Stacy, I think it might have been Billy, but I think Stacy did a sting operation. I think Dale mentioned that, and they shut down quite a few of the establishments. And so if I were a commercial outfitter, and I knew that my establishment was centered on the operation of a license, and then there was sting operation, and I had don't ask, don't tell policy.
Well, this is beyond that, don't ask, don't tell. That was the verbiage that was used early in the summer. As the summer progressed, it shifted to as long as it's not in a glass container. That's quite a different thing.
And you said you had a signed statement on
I can get one.
that? One that they wouldn't mind being published?
I don't think the individual, I mean, they live down in Cherokee County.
I mean, what we could do would just be to send a letter to these folks with that attached saying, hey, look.
And it was by the proprietor personally, not employee. And that's what we're dealing with, guys. Nothing will be done that is not forced. I can tell you that. Years of experience. saying that's the reality.
What do you think would be the best way?
Well, we also have the land use
If we don't
issue.
enforce it, it isn't gonna change.
Yeah, if you don't enforce it, I mean,
That's the concern always.
Yeah.
Been there?
The fire and rescue guys are willing to take that on, and they don't think it'll change the budget.
Well, I have a little issue with that.
Well, I know you would, but
I like fighting fires and rescuing people, but I don't like employing policemen, to be honest with you.
unless it's enforced, it will be,
But I agree with that statement.
that is an absolute
I agree with that
true
statement.
statement. But I will stand by it.
I'll agree with you on that. We talked to Kevin about park rangers. How's that?
I think y'all had a good solution on the enforcement with the resource officers, school resource officers. You know, they're down for that whole time with this activities in high intense use.
And Stacy gave verbal agreement to that last year at the budget meeting.
I have no problem with that. Did-
You
I
said
think
Carol's
it's
been put
perfect
there all
because it's
season.
season
Council
both
member.
sides,
Right.
and the county is paying the
Yeah.
Board of Education.
He didn't put that in writing, but he did,
And I've got a recording
we had
of
that
that
discussion
session.
with that, right?
Well, and actually, that does, Shannon brings up a good point.
Right.
I don't know if Department of Natural Resources has been advised this, but, you know, they have been very strict on enforcement. Y'all remember the well-publicized event where they.
We had river down here, that drug you by the river.
Yeah, so, I mean, if they know that there's something that they can enforce, I'm sure.
Well, our laws, our
Carol knows
ordinance,
every one of those laws, and he now works as a school resource officer for Stacy. So, a lot of knowledge and experience right there.
well, our ordinance specified that Stacy was
That's what I was saying, if you had him down there, it'd be some house cleaning.
you can't.
And actually, I'll take that back. When I said fire and rescue, I was talking about enforcement, I was talking about the enforcement of the claims or fees.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Not the alcohol.
That's different, that's different.
Okay, I want to clarify that,
Yeah.
because I agree with you that alcohol
Okay.
enforcement doesn't belong.
Yeah, okay.
Well, one of the things that we could do, we have a good working relationship with DNR, and we could provide them with a copy of your ordinance.
I just asked him to put together a letter for us.
Okay.
Ben Manningham, who is the
Yeah.
officer, he's been on some kind of leave for months and months and months. He's not been, I don't know what the situation is.
And prior to that, he.
But I'm trying to provide
That's
him
a
that
bunch of stuff.
already. But he wrote a letter to us describing the situation, he's very familiar with it.
Yeah, he's been involved with it.
Okay, anything else?
So, I hesitate to say this in an open meeting, but there's also a land use conflict that needs to be resolved.
Yeah.
I don't see that as a permitted use. I don't see that as a permitted use for an R1 property. And that needs to be resolved one way or another. It's a change of zoning or whatever is required, but if we're going to enforce a land use ordinance, we need to do it. Okay, that's all I got to say about that.
We're talking about Lower Cardigan. Then do I hold off on the signs?
No.
No, signs need to go up.
Those are
You know. And then,
part and parcel.
yeah, because the county's already adopted the ordinance, so make sure the signs go up.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. Adopting first reader for the county code of ordinances titled EMS and ambulance transport fees ordinance.
I think we're, just reflects what we're talking about, as far as I'm concerned. I think that's it. There is a small typo, or not a typo, that I would add on paragraph 9 there, maybe. Just consistent words on fire chief. have to get one of those in. Because
Yes, I'm just concerned that you're rubbing off on me as a friend.
Imagine my concern.
Yeah, I don't care.
Ryan?
Can you get a copy of that, or can you outline what the fees are?
I can do either one.
Copy of it.
Okay.
there's about 8 lines on there that you need.
Okay. Well, we'll wait on.
When we said the fees will be collected on behalf of Gilmer County, we imply that that goes into the general fund, didn't we?
Yes, yes.
And that's what we discussed.
We've got to cut these meetings down to a one guy Pepsi.
You're the leader bottle.
This is number 2.
You got it there.
You know, we used to have 2-hour work sessions for a while.
Yeah, but you only have 10 items.
Well,
We're moving down our list.
We're making priorities.
Not the
2 meetings a month.
But the stuff that needs doing.
yeah.
I hope,
Yeah.
I really hope we don't.
Did you get one short?
Thank you.
Okay, so if y'all are ready, then we'll move to, oh, any other discussion on the units, please? Okay. And the next item is going to be, first reader for the, county code ordinance titled Alarm Systems Ordinance.
We've got a hearing for both of these tonight.
No,
Tomorrow, excuse me.
Is it 5:30?
5.
5:30. The only,
Should I consider that my notification? Dave and I have a partnership, we notify each other. We both missed one, so.
I only, the wording that's here, I only have a question about that. The alarm systems coordinator, where does that fall department-wise? Is it 911, or is it sheriff, or is that fire, or who?
Where are you seeing that?
On the alarm systems, I'm into the alarm systems, right?
Yes,
That's where we're at.
but where specifically is that?
Paragraph, middle of the page, on the first page.
Alarm Systems Coordinator, employee of Gilmer County designated by the Board of Commissioners to administer this subchapter.
So we have a job to do according to that.
Oh, just to identify that person.
And where does it fall? Yeah. And I'm assuming it's somewhere in the fire department.
Well, it looks to me like it would be public safety, so,
Alarm. Which alarm?
home alarms, home burglar alarm.
Oh,
kind of
That's
thing.
an alarm, yeah.
No, the home burglar alarms.
So I guess that's what you do for us.
Would that just be Tony?
Actually, what I would say
Or
is
just
we give it to
designate.
Tommy and he can designate somebody, but our designee on that might be.
I'm good with that.
But it is, you're right, it's a separate step, that designation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But that would come after this is adopted?
Right.
That's fine.
Because that doesn't exist right now.
Right, that's fine with me. I saw no other, the only other,
On the to-do list.
I guess that could be on next month's agenda or something. I see no reference to the automatic dial protection device. There's a paragraph in here on the definition or something. I don't think there's any reference to that. Is there any need for that to be in here?
Let me just run by Tony and see what his thoughts on it are.
Because we had asked him if anything automatically dialed 911. And went to the call center, 911 center, and he said, no, it's all through
Monitoring.
monitoring.
Yes.
Right. superfluous, I don't mind it being there, but it's superfluous. Other than that, I'm good. You took out all of the references to residential.
It's been a month, but I did what I did.
You did? You got it all?
You're catching some things that I didn't.
You got it all. Yeah. So I'm really good with minor changes.
Okay, is you okay with it? Leave it, you know, I think it's good stuff. Okay. Discussion and vote on construction of a new fire station situated on a parcel of land owned by Gilmer County along Pig Lane, Cherlock, Georgia. I'm not sure what we're voting on. I thought we'd already voted to construct a fire station there and put it in the capital budget. So, I mean, it can't hurt, but I'm not sure what we're doing here.
And that's really probably more in line with the advertising requirement that is running right now, and that the opportunity for members of the public to provide input at that point in time. And really, you always want to establish that that's what you're doing, is you're following your own land use ordinance.
Well, this gives the public official
It's running.
opportunity. Yeah, okay, got it.
Okay.
Do we need to, other than just, do we need to vote on anything for that?
I don't think so. I think what you just simply do, and not the resolution, but I'll have to go back and look at the ordinance itself. But that's the step. What that is the activity of the occurring at that action item. This is hearing from the public.
So basically, we'll give people an opportunity to comment and so forth, and then we'll just, unless somebody comes up with some compelling reason not to, we'll just kind of agree amongst ourselves that we're going to build it and go on.
Adopt the resolution, move forward, having followed and applied.
Okay, so we'll vote on the resolution and move forward.
Okay.
Has any work on the site plan been initiated? Or are we waiting for this action?
Actually, Scott asked me a couple of days ago if I wanted him to be moving forward on the site plan. And I told him yes. He asked,
So we
both of them done.
We're gonna have an executive session with you.
Yes,
Yeah.
further discuss.
Okay.
All right. Very good.
Approval of disposal method for unserviceable automobiles and equipment. Now, I've got some packages here. It would be much more dramatic if it was in color and not, but sorry about that. Out at the road department, we've got quite a bit of equipment out there that's kind of sitting around that we need to dispose of it, and I'm just concerned with the junkyard out here. And if you look in, I guess toward the latter part of some of these photos, we've got all the cars and all that. Well, 1, 2, you can see, it's not just cars. Unless Jim has some particular reason he needs them, we've got some, yeah. I mean, these things are all pinned up, busted up. Looks, we just need to see if we can get some.
Clean it up.
Yeah, send them to the steel factory or something, see if we can get a little money.
When you say equipment, does that include the, putting equipment in the home?
We're gonna get to that too. Right now, I'm just looking at the, what's out at the road department. We got this bulldozer out there that's, I'm assuming it's not being used since grass has grown up all around it. And if you'll notice, these two items are up here.
Which one's that?
Those are,
Oh, okay.
That are just kind
if I'm
of,
not mistaken, that's rattlesnake habitat is what.
Well, you know, we could probably ignore these in another couple of years.
It's all.
I need that bulldozer on my road. Where's Jim? Let him know.
But, what's not real obvious from some of these pictures where you've got the cars all lined up is that there's actually two rows on them. It's hard to see that.
Actually, that picture there, that building is packed with equipment coming out of those cars too.
That is not being used?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Trash in there.
so you can't see that, but all that needs to go as well.
Let me add another question to this. I was out at Best Auto, or Best Tire, on Yukon Road. And there must have been a half a dozen patrol cars sitting in the back. I've got pictures of them. I don't know if they're these or if they're extras.
That's something we have to share, because until they find their way out here,
We do.
it's not in our,
I've got pictures of them, because I'm getting the secretary to put on my water around, taking pictures of them.
we need to ask Stacy or Randy more about that.
Let him decide what they are. They may have been being used for parts. I don't know, but there was at least a half a dozen.
But until the sheriff brings them out here.
I'm with you.
Drops them off,
I'm with you.
they're still here. But I wanted to, and I'm a little disappointed because you just can't see the impact from these pictures. So I would encourage you to just drive by there and ride out behind this building and look.
So got a very detailed, inventory.
And it's, there's a lot of vehicles out there. Jim, I'm talking about your vehicles out at the road bar.
My vehicles, they become my vehicles?
You're not sure you're in compliance with some local codes?
Possession is 9 days of the law.
James has mentioned to me that you need to clean up your site.
Uh-huh. Well, I have a solution
You may have
if
to
you
cite
want to
you.
go along with it.
I'm ready.
Okay?
Recycling has a car crusher.
Yeah.
We simply, and I want money for this, we load them up and we take them to Recycling and let them crush them.
If they don't, you gonna try it
I
off?
guess $100 a car, isn't it?
These, they're wrecked, they have blown engines, bad transmissions. I know you can auction those, but I wonder if it's worth the effort.
That's a good question.
What can we do?
It's a good question.
What are the possibilities?
Y'all changed the charters from that, how you wish to,
Yeah.
in any manner.
Anything we deem.
Let's
to be
crush it.
appropriate.
Let's just, Bill Swoop, get rid of
You
it.
just have to agree by resolution.
Yeah. Now, there is in the package here a list of vehicles and VIN numbers and so forth, but I can tell you, and then you can see from looking at this,
There's more.
it's not a complete list.
Right, we can go.
There's probably 2 times at least, if not 3 times.
They grow every time you walk out there, and we had a procedure, we thought we had a procedure in place. If somebody brings a vehicle there, they bring us the key and stuff like that, but that's not being followed either.
Well, I think that we can enforce that better once we clear out all this. Right now, if somebody could drop off 4 of them, we wouldn't know. They just would all be out there.
The car crusher is my recommendation for getting rid of the unserviceable vehicles, and that's what you're saying here.
Do we need to declare them unserviceable before we do that, or?
It's whatever y'all can come to an agreement in your resolution, so I mean, I don't suggest that you go out there and actually make a determination, which will allow representation. If they're in your department, representation.
They're not in my part.
But they're,
Ownership is not, possession is not.
Yeah, that's what I told.
but if we try to track down a representative from every department represented out there, it'd be a lot more complex.
You
than
can't
just
drag
saying-
them off.
We don't.
No,
have
you
to
got
do
it.
that.
I want to charge the department that owns the vehicle a fee for hauling them to the reclaim.
But we don't have to go out and identify all these, and if we don't have to, I would recommend that we don't.
And if somebody,
The
just
only
send them
thing
to
I
ship
would
them
say is I want to make sure we're not paying insurance on them.
Good.
Okay. Well, we did-
That's right, because we recently,
We need to listen to
he
the agenda
was
first, obviously, but
in,
we'll
we
make
hold
that
that
off
on.
our asset list.
I think the Depot is the only thing
Remind him what
Not like it's gonna do it.
No, that's right.
So am I
Okay,
good,
well,
am I good in taking?
Just apply. Mike.
bottom line here is,
Well, we don't know.
we need, in my opinion, a resolution that would let Jim identify what's junkers out there and dispose of them. I would say, and I like that as a crusher, but I would say in the manner that he deems appropriate.
You want to take all of them? I mean, you want to
He's
look
got
at all
all.
of them? I mean, the truck, the fire truck, the other
No,
truck?
no,
Just the
the
cars.
key word here is unserviceable.
I fear that some of the pictures I took of junk is actually some of our equipment we're still using.
Let's see your pictures. I can tell you.
We need to define junk.
That's why we need Jim involved here.
I hope that's not the case.
That one, he has given to the road department.
What, the fire truck?
Yeah, the fire truck.
That was for the sign guy, right?
Now, this one, Charlie, that bed, even though the engine is blown in the truck, that bed is worth something.
But that's why, what we need to do is to let you decide what is serviceable out there, what
What's
you
your
use,
department side?
and get rid of the rest.
Well, that does put a burden on Jim, but, I mean,
It does.
some of them, he may have to consult with the department head, where they can't, their origin.
That's still in use.
Now,
Which one's that?
Are you talking about the,
I'm not talking about the bed and the bed truck, I was trying to get beyond that.
this is our pothole patcher
Sure got me kidding me.
truck. I wish I was.
Yeah, I see that truck all over the county.
Okay, all right, well, it's still junk.
That's junk, it's
It's
not,
junk,
it's
but we're
serviceable
using
junk.
Serviceable junk.
That's the key. You
Now,
got
here,
serviceable junk. and
This is the
unserviceable
lineup.
junk.
And the lineup is, yeah,
Every one of them needs to go to the car crusher. And the thing about if they haven't gotten all of the equipment, like the flashing lights and stuff, tough turkey. I'm not fooling with them, other than to take them to the car crusher. I don't,
and that's reasonable, and what's not readily apparent from those pictures is there's two rows of them.
yeah, it's two rows.
And also, from what I gather, there's a lot of equipment that came out of those that are in the old building that aren't gonna be used
You
again.
got the Wrangler in this picture?
The Durango.
The
Oh, no, no,
Durango.
the Durango.
Oh, Durango.
I do not have it in that picture because it's sitting in our parking lot.
Ah.
But it most certainly is to
It
be
belongs in
included.
that.
It most certainly is to be included in the bills.
Yeah.
Well, you're closer to Priest here than you are from that there.
Exactly.
Is that car crusher here on South Main?
It's down there, or it was. I'll have to check with Priest and be sure it's still there. But if it's not there, they can arrange for it.
What I would propose
Maybe
is
it has
a resolution that Jim determine what is not serviceable out there and dispose of it.
I believe.
The road department gets the money.
That's general fund money. Everything I've had to take to recyclable has gone back into the general fund.
If you, well, I don't know, DJ, you don't have any influence with the finance officer.
What you gonna do,
I have a little.
what you gonna do with the bucket truck?
Car crusher,
Moving right along.
I think garage sale with a for sale sign, free.
Else I don't have
And
time.
haul them out to piece of property, we'd have to go file another.
You want to pay Jim to haul them away.
So
That's my whole goal.
the question that I have though, David, I know we don't have to list serial numbers and so forth, but do we have to advertise that we're disposing of this equipment?
That was the whole.
That was
Yeah.
one of the,
I didn't know
chain.
I didn't know how far that.
Because it got so expensive when Dallas was listing all those road roads.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
pages and pages paying Ryan there. Figure out
We
how
need
to
to
get-
advertise it.
how to get rid of those, yeah.
We need to advertise
Okay,
them all.
so a resolution that Jim will identify what is not serviceable and will dispose of in an appropriate manner. Does that work for everybody?
Give us a report when you're doing
Right.
good. Good.
Now, I also deliberately asked this to mention unserviceable automobiles and equipment because we have one other situation out at the golf course where we pulled out an awful lot of restaurant type equipment out of what used to be the sandbar that won't be going back in. We don't really have a place in the county that needs it. And we have a cash offer on a couple of them now, okay. Is 2,500 the highest at this point?
25, yeah, but I think it's worth 3,000.
You talking about the grill and all of that?
The hood, well, the hood's a separate thing. That's separate from 25.
And the refrigerators?
Furniture?
I understand. No, not furniture.
Oh, okay.
What I understand
Two,
is
a couple of things, a grill, and it's not actually a grill, it's a stove. It's not a grill.
Like a gas range.
I can tell you, you can look at the Jill bond as to what was paid for that, what the county paid for that equipment, and it ain't cheap.
No, it ain't cheap.
That might get rid of that green all though.
Yeah.
You know,
Pay for it.
we don't have anywhere to use it, and I don't want to just store it forever.
Just take it to the road.
Yeah, take,
let me
put a snack
ask
bar.
a question now. Nowhere to use it. We've got recreation concession stands that could utilize some of this stuff.
Think so?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Maybe a refrigerator.
Well, the refrigerator's not part of it.
Oh, it's not one.
That's staying at the golf course.
What do you need?
The double sinks. He's got two stainless steel double sinks. And you've got the hood,
That's
the
it.
vent.
The hood's not part of it,
Well, I mean,
It goes with
it can be sold, yes.
but it's not
But
part of the 25.
it's not part of the 25 offer. That was just an offer on the sinks and the stove. But also they have to keep in mind that hood was specifically designed for that roof. We had to cut out the flue. I mean, the hood vent on top, the fan motor that blows everything out from the roof, and the grease catcher, that all comes with it, but it's specifically
Yeah,
designed
it
for.
can be retrofitted.
It can, I'm just saying, if you put it somewhere else, it's gonna bring
Well, I
more,
would
some
suggest
expense
that
to
you
it.
talk
It's not just
to
free stuff, it's gonna work anywhere.
Because I think that stuff is perfect for concession stand.
Well, I'll talk to Kevin, but the concession stand out of Clear Creek should
No,
have
it's already
everything
got
it needs.
It doesn't work though.
What doesn't work?
The-
In
What do you
way?
mean?
They have to grill outside, and I got that.
But that was their choice.
Well, but I think you got all the grilling equipment inside, and the way it might warrant some more discussion, but I was told that there was a design issue up there, and that as such, the grilling of everything has to occur outside of that facility.
See, I was told that that was what they preferred to do.
Yeah, you might got the sanitized version, and I got the different.
Okay, well, I'll get with Kevin before we do anything on that. What I don't want to do though is store it.
I'm with
If
you,
he can
Charlie.
use it, that's fine, or at least not store it long term. If he can use it in the short term, that's fine. If not, I just don't want it to sit around.
One of the things that I was thinking about, and there was just a piece in the paper, the cannery down here could most likely use some of that stuff now. I don't know if you-
Cannery, who's
They're
funding the
redoing the
cannery?
new, they're doing the new one.
Ralston,
I was thinking that was BLE.
Ralston had a photo op with them at the chamber.
Yeah. But is that
Does
not
the
coming
Board
through the
of
Board of Education?
Education fund the cannery?
I thought it was Board of
It's their
Education.
land.
I know it's their land, but I'm
It's
talking
their
about the
operation.
equipment and stuff that they have
They
inside.
pay for
I thought
they
the
pay
whole
for the
project
people.
BLE.
Yes, there is a big BOE, but
Yeah.
Ralston's got the money.
Yeah. Well, they got money for the ball fields too.
Right.
But, I guess what I'm saying is Board of Education, in my opinion, is flush. And they can, if they need something, they can get it. Well, approach them with that, but I doubt it. So,
All right, let's get rid of a bunch of stuff.
all right.
Does this include some of your scrap metal as well, Jim? Is it time to do that?
Most of the scrap metal, we haul scrap metal off
Yeah.
all the time. We haul it to Brooks.
Jim, on those pictures, there's these huge culverts, looks like they've been beat up by a storm. Are those,
That 10-foot culvert there, that big one,
yeah, this be all the pieces? Is
yeah,
that still serviceable?
it may not be serviceable, but we take parts out of
Okay, well, that is in a
Yeah.
sense serviceable then.
Yeah.
I just want, if it's out there, it needs to have a purpose.
it. I hear you.
Charlie, what about some of that old equipment that is behind the maintenance shed at the golf course? Some of that
I'm unaware of that.
bunker, he get rid of that, I know he tried to sell it sometime.
Yeah, there's tractors and, some golf carts, miscellaneous stuff.
We cleaned out, we, being the county, cleaned out stuff back there, back during the Mark Reese era. Now, if there's stuff that has accumulated since then, I have no,
I think what Ryan may be talking about is that some of that equipment that we paid the $60,000 for that has
I
since
thought we
died.
sold all that.
I
No,
thought that
we
was-
still got that. We got rid of some of it. We traded some.
Traded, yeah.
But we've got some that is completely, gone to meet its paper.
Charlie, getting back to the equipment at the golf course, you're getting ready to go to the Cherry Log Fire Station. That equipment would fit very well in that fire station.
That's true, that's over.
The equipment that's died and
Maybe
there's
the
no.
same.
No, I'm talking about
No, I need
the,
to bring-
Oh, we're back to
Grill.
we're back
the
to
double
kitchen.
sinks,
Okay.
the stove, the hood, all of that goes very well in that new fire station.
Now you're talking, I see that.
Let's save some money anyway on that bill.
I like that.
Gee,
And you'll haul it out there for us.
didn't say that.
That's a pretty big hood though.
He will, but he wants money for the budget.
Yeah, right. Don't be so quick
Well,
to
that's
throw
good.
things away.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Don't be so quick to throw things away, said the guy. Take it to the crusher.
Well, now, listen, Travis, the lineup, we refer to it as the lineup because it's all police vehicles. They've been there for years. So,
What I will do then is I'll probably come back to y'all in November with a list of the golf course stuff.
That's good.
Because I feel more comfortable going out and taking a look at it before I just blind ask you.
I think there's some mowers and stuff that are broken.
You know, when that
I
was
know
bought
they've
on
got
the
you
jail
out
bond,
there.
huh?
you know what year that was bought on the jail?
When the pro shop was built,
Can we
I mean-
research that and
Yeah,
go by what
Sandy-
it cost and what it's
Sandy,
worth?
Sandy
That's
has
what
a-
it was.
Transfer that
That
money.
was lost. I think it was.
Yeah,
There was
Geo bond.
no, there was
No.
something that went
you
on.
transfer.
I don't think it was an eligible geo bond.
It wasn't. It was purchased, it was done with bond money, but it
It had to
wasn't
be-
eligible for it, and that money ultimately had to be paid back.
Oh,
JC did that.
okay.
Well, no, that was during Mark's term as chairman. Mark Opus, all that.
Yeah, that was Mark Chastain's term, when the pro shop was built.
Should be able to find that.
Because, yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
see
those
it,
records
it's
are
like-
good.
But if we're gonna have Sandy looking for that, let's make it after the
Yeah,
budget.
yeah,
review.
okay.
She is
Sure with
really,
that.
yeah.
All right,
Okay.
we have a plan.
Resolution to approve supplemental agreement number 3 from Georgia Department of Transportation for the FTA fiscal year 16-53-11 capital program. I'm not even going to comment.
Me neither. This has to be the landscape.
I think we owe them another $100.
So, sorry.
Move on.
Yes.
Now we're getting into some stuff. Resolution to approve budget amendment for the road department to cover repairs to the Parks Road Bridge. Are y'all familiar with the situation at the Parks Road Bridge? Okay. What happened on that was it was damaged substantially in one of our floods. And the Department of Transportation came out and checked it out there. And subsequently sent us a letter saying that we had to post that bridge, I believe it was 5,000 pounds.
5 tons.
5 tons, I'm sorry, 5 tons. We have to post that bridge for 5 tons. Now that bridge is the only route in and out for some folks. And there's 2 problems with the 5-ton limitation. One is the folks that are there now, the propane trucks exceed the 5 tons. And while they have crossed the bridge and made deliveries, they are starting to balk at that now and say they really can't do that anymore. The other thing is there is at least one property owner there that bought property with the intention of building a home there. And the concrete trucks can't go over it. So essentially, we've got to do something about that bridge. Now, in the letter that we received saying that we had to post it for 5 tons, there was a little blurb in there that gave the guy's name at Department of Transportation and said, you know, if you'd like some tips on repairs for this bridge, to give him a call. And I did. He wasn't in, but he called me back a few days later, and he had everything, all their stuff in front of him, which was way more extensive than what we did. And so I put the question to him, okay, what are your tips for, what are your suggestions for repairing this bridge? He said, my suggestion is tear it down. It's not worth it. You cannot repair it at a competitive price. You're better off to pull it out and put it in the bridge. And then he gave me some information of some locations where we could get prefab bridges and some other possibilities for new structures. But he ended the conversation with, if you go with a prefab or if you do some of these other things that we talked about, you might be able to get out of, say, $100,000. And it'd pick me up off the floor because, you know, I'm looking to get out maybe $20,000. So I had a discussion with Jim that, A, we've got to do something, and B, it can't be that. So Jim suggested, which was a really good idea, that we put a culvert there rather than a bridge. And pointed me to some other areas, some other roads in the county where we actually have culverts as opposed to bridges. And they look pretty good. I mean, from a highway perspective, the highway just keeps going unless you actually stop and get out and walk around. You don't even realize that you're going over a culvert. So with that said, Jim was going to gather some costs for replacing that with a culvert.
Okay, and if I can, guys,
Didn't you do that up at Hidden Valley?
While you're doing that, can I ask, when was that damaged?
It was before the DC.
Dallas, it's a wooden bridge that has been there for umpteen years, so the damage that has occurred probably occurred over the years, but the most recent would have been December 2nd and 3rd, and the Christmas Eve.
We had already.
That wasn't part of
posted it at that
FEMA's.
point.
No. The December 2nd and 3rd was not a federally declared disaster. But what Ronnie and I have looked at it, what we have is a single lane wooden bridge that is on metal beams. And what I suggested to Charlie, because we probably have 20 crossings that are similar to that instead of a bridge where you're spanning the creek, you're actually putting large culverts in. And Charlie, since you and I talked, Ronnie and I have been back up there, what we're suggesting is what's called elliptical culverts. They're kind of egg-shaped, like this. And they would be 5-foot culverts, 30 feet long, placed in there side by side. The reason for the elliptical is because you have a road on both sides. If we went with the regular 5-foot culverts, these things would stick out after you put it in the stream bed. This thing is going to be probably 2 feet higher than the actual road. So you have to go back and you have to rebuild the approach and the descent off of the bridge on both sides. And we think we can do that in the materials. Now I have prices here. The elliptical, and these are coated, corrugated metal culverts. So they're coated with a material that they're there for, to prevent rust and stuff like that. We can buy the metal culverts, 2 of them, for $1,252.20. I've got all of this here.
2 of them for that?
Yeah, that's the price that we got from Southeast Pine. For the materials, for the entire project, guys, $8,000.
The only question is, what's the weight limit?
Well, once you put the culverts in, Dallas, then they're no longer regulated by DOT and the weights. Only bridges, not culverts. And what we would do, and this is another reason for the elliptical, is that we want to be sure that there is good coverage over this, and the weight limit on a culvert, a 16 gauge, is 20 tons. So we far exceed, the reason. Now, there is just a little bit of a problem, Charlie, in that the bed of this stream is very rocky. Okay, you've got almost solid rock here. So what we would have to do is we would have to go into the stream with what we call a cushion layer of stone. And I've already talked to James Holloway, and as long as it's a crossing, then all we have to do is get a local land disturbing permit. And what we would do is we would come in here with 57 or number 4 stone, and we would put that cushion in before we set the culverts in. You've got to have a good level stream bed to put the culvert in, and that's our country boy solution to
And
a
the price of that
$100,000
stone,
problem.
and the price of that stone is included in this $8,000?
Yes, sir. For $20,000 now, with equipment and labor and materials, then we think that we can demolish that bridge, replace it with what we call double barrel culverts on a single lane gravel road, and those people, there are 2 permanent residents there, plus the Bennetts that have bought property there. The 5-ton load limit posting was there when they bought it, but, yeah, I mean, but they don't pay attention to stuff like that, nor do realtors.
Can we just tell the state we demolished it and let them go?
It would drop off of the bridge inventory.
So why not?
I mean, it looks to me like it's kind of a no-brainer for this.
Yeah, unless there's some catch I'm not aware of.
Why do you need 30 feet of
Travis, because
You
you,
gotta slope that.
you want to be sure that on the ends, and if, that you have got good reinforcement. And what we would do is we would take concrete bags and we would put that over there,
on the upstream?
and on the upstream and downstream side. And then we would cover that with ripper. Okay, so we're gonna have 30 feet there, but we feel like that we need that 30 feet.
You know, single lane.
It's a single lane, it's a single lane road.
That's the way to go.
Plus, it looks like at these prices, we wouldn't save a heck of a lot by going with a smaller culvert.
Not much there.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah.
What sort of timetable could we have for this?
What we have to do is, Southeastern Pipe that gave us the price, they're saying it takes 2 weeks, because what they have to do is they have to put these pipes into a crusher. They actually smash it. We call them smash pipe. And they have to coat the pipe. So we can have the pipe here in a couple of weeks.
And what do we do for the homeowners while they're?
Well, now, here's the thing. We think that we can put the pipes in and have it serviceable in 1 day. But what we would do is we'd go to the 2 homeowners and advise them well in advance that on such and such a day, your access is going to be denied. We would notify all of the emergency services, and we would work from daylight to dark. That's why I say 20,000, because there's going to be overtime, because that is the only way in and out.
What
Now,
do we need to do?
another question that I have is, it appears to me, since we are pulling the old bridge out and putting in a brand new structure, that this would qualify as a capital project. Would you agree to that?
Now, let's call it maintenance.
Well, it depends on which pot you want to take the money out of.
No, I'm talking about permitting costs, maintenance.
Okay. So if it's,
That's still capital.
explain that to me.
That's still capital money.
What James explains to me is that for stream crossings, if we are doing that, this type of work right here, then all we have to have is a land disturbing permit from the local issuing authority. We do not have to go through EPD and all of that. It's maintenance. And that's why I won't call it name.
He didn't want.
I don't care how we pay for it.
He didn't want a little fish down there.
That's
Well,
right.
let me, and I don't need EPD involved, because we can easily spend enough with EPD permits
To do it.
to do the job. So, yeah, that being the case, then I would say we'll take it out of the general fund.
We don't call it an improvement.
And,
An improvement could qualify for.
yes, but would.
I don't really care what pot you
No, that's
guys
question
pay
whether
for.
that satisfies James' problem.
No, it's a string process.
That's really more of a Corps of Engineers issue than it is.
Yeah, see,
Even worse.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well.
yeah. If we call it maintenance, we're covered by blanket permits for maintenance.
Well, it's exempt.
Well, it's a 404 blanket
Does it
permit.
matter where we get the money?
Well,
Plus,
maintenance
Jim's
would be
got plenty
Does
of
that
money
change
to
where we
budget
get the
for
money?
it.
No, I don't.
If you call it maintenance,
I don't.
it's coming out of the general fund.
Gotta be an
What-
improvement.
What I would say then is that the action that we would need to take would be essentially to do a budget amendment, to put that into Jim's budget so he can get this done.
What's wrong with the word repair?
Oh, repair's a good word. That's maintenance.
No,
That's not
no.
capital.
You know it is. Isn't it?
Repair's a good word.
I doubt that the auditor will
I think.
repair as the capital investment. There's only specified things that we do with it. But it's gonna be an auditor decision, but, for budgeting
Well-
purposes, y'all need to plan on it coming out of the
We
general
can't, we
fund.
can't go wrong if we plan on it coming out of the general fund. We can go wrong.
Yeah, but I'm thinking down the road, we got another half a dozen of these we ought to be doing, right? Bridges that we need to.
Oh, now, wait a minute now.
And I mean, this is a precedent.
You talk about wooden bridges?
Let's back up just a bit.
No, Dallas, one of the things that happens, the other bridges, it's the nature of the stream. Now, this bridge is over Jones Creek.
Yeah.
The other two wooden bridges, one of them is off of Turniptown Creek, and the other one is off of Clear Creek, and you're talking
But not
about,
Clear Creek, no.
you're talking about volumes of water that far and exceed Jones Creek.
I agree.
But let me back up just a little bit too and say that, and by the way, Sandy confirmed that we did get that $40,000.
Well, you and I need to talk because I talked to Sandy afterward, and the question comes as to whether or not that $40,000 was for the special LMIG, the December 2nd and 3rd, remember that I submitted, or it was
So we may
from-
still have to go back.
we-
But
we
either
still-
way,
Yeah.
we have a commitment from the Department of Transportation for roughly $40,000 to repair 11 bridges?
Nine.
Nine bridges.
Nine.
It's a supplemental LMIG that we either have received or will receive. So, in terms of having to go back and do this to other bridges, we had identified our 9 worst bridges earlier. This wasn't on it because we hadn't anticipated
Right.
this. And submitted that to the DOT for supplemental LMIG, which was approved. So we will be doing bridge repairs,
Okay.
but we'll be doing it with $40,000.
So we got some funds for that.
Right.
And getting back to Dallas's question, Dallas, and this was during your term or at the very end of your beginning of your first term, if you'll recall, we replaced a bridge on Wardtown Road with a engineered culvert.
Yes, yes,
You know, so culverts
Yes.
work.
yes.
And
That was not, it was engineered, it was not a pipe.
it was a pipe, but it had a hole in the bottom, and there was a concrete
Right.
slab and everything that was poured there, but culverts work in certain instances, and before I would spend $100,000 to build a bridge or rebuild a wooden bridge to serve 3 pieces of property.
This is absolutely the best deal I've heard,
Yeah.
bar none. Yeah, agree.
So, are we good to move on?
Yeah, I like that. 20,000 total, do you think?
I think we,
We should
know,
probably go a little higher just for.
yeah, just give me a little wiggle room, I
We'll-
mean, but,
We'll expect it to be around 20, but we'll give it some wiggle room.
yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Resolution to approve a budget amendment for the road department code of cost of paving road. Was it 25,000 that we?
What you, originally I put 25,000 and you all upped it to 30. And guys, I've got 3 companies that are looking for a roller for me. And came up with one, and it was a piece of junk for 20,000. I'm thinking I need $35,000 to $40,000 to be able to purchase that compactor.
How much did you spend today on that rental?
On what one? Oh,
My question is, how many days are we getting?
It was several $1,000s rental, was it? Overall.
well, it was like $200 a day, and I only had it for 5 days, and then you have to pick up and do it.
I mean, I'm just weighing cost versus renting versus purchase.
We've got to have a compactor. We cannot continue to do paving projects that I see coming down the pipe without a reliable asphalt compactor.
Where did we end up renting that compactor?
We actually rented it from Colbert, so another contract.
And the reason for that was because we
Yeah,
couldn't
we
find
couldn't
one.
get it.
The problem was everybody, at the time of year when you need a compactor,
Yeah.
everybody's using their compactor.
Right.
You know, we could rent one easily probably right now or in a couple of months, but
In a couple of months,
we
maybe.
had to really scramble to try to find one.
Yeah,
And really, they did us a favor by renting it to us.
see, we were in the middle of Craigtown Road paving when our
Yeah,
compactor
that was an
went out.
emergency, yeah, I understand.
But you use that out of the airport project, I believe that, or do you?
No,
They
we don't use,
What do you use that compact out?
the asphalt compactors, Charlie, are just for asphalt. We don't use, we have a dresser compactor and we have a sheet foot compactor that has tires in the back and it has a drum in the front. That's what you compact dirt with or base. But when you see the double solid steel drums, that's asphalt.
Well, I kind of came into my term with the idea that we would be better off contracting out all of our paving. The thing that really put me off that in a hurry was finding out that if we do that, then we have to come up with our matching fund for
80%.
real money. And so that knocked that out in a hurry. So we're in a situation where we have to do our own paving. And I think we have to position ourselves where we've got adequate equipment to do that. And this is just gonna be the first thing. That paper's not gonna last a whole lot longer. But for right now, what we need is compact.
So you said 35 to 40, let's make it 40.
Yeah. And if I come back, now I have found one for 70, but I think we can do better than that. It's a Caterpillar and
But
Caterpillar.
can we actually do for 40 though?
I think.
I'd rather not have to come back
I
a third
think
time.
we can. I think we can, Charlie.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Appointment of the members of the Gilmer County Kids Cottage Commission. This is for an expired term, and there are 2 potential candidates. They had not decided yet which they wanted the county to a point, so I'm gonna have to get back with them because I haven't heard back on that. So by tomorrow night, I'll have a name.
Okay.
It'll be somebody who is currently serving, both of the candidates are currently serving. And they'll just let me know which one they want the county to reappoint. They'll probably both end up getting reappointed, but one would be by the county and one would be by another entity. So I will have this name for tomorrow night. Adoption of the amendments, Article 2, Chapter 70, titled Environment and Code Ordinances of Gilmer County. As I recall, that's the one where the state just says, here it is, do it. So,
And as I had said earlier, my only comment was that this change puts us in conflict or not in sync with our other ordinances, and I'm willing to just deal with those at a later time. The water supply watershed.
Is that in reference to setbacks mainly only?
Buffers, yeah, primarily buffers, yeah, primarily. And definitions. We define things
Well,
differently than this does, and we need to be consistent with
what
this.
we'll have to do is come back
That's a later.
and correct that, but this is something that we've got to do as is for the state, for us to be able to move forward.
And like David said, this talks about the the land development officer, and we're good, I think, with those terms.
Okay, do we need a motion?
I do want to ask a question, though, and I wanted to ask James this. Does this apply to all waters relative to unincorporated Gilmer County? Or are there?
There's no waters in the Gilmer County that's exempt from that. If there's a stream this big running through your yard, it's state waters. If you dump your coffee pot out in the yard and it makes a stream through your yard, that's state waters. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's kind of what they explain to us in those classes we go to. If there's a trickle of water running, it's state waters.
It's true, except they have 15 or 16 exceptions. Like, this doesn't apply to surface mining, it doesn't apply to a whole bunch of agricultural operations.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know, that's exactly what it is. No,
But it's all still
but
classified.
the question I'm asking James was, does this really apply? I mean, it doesn't apply as an example to our whole water supply reservoir people stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
That was what that whole watershed ordinance was adopted for, was the water intake. That's why David was talking about, JC and I could never get him to understand that the reason for that buffer was basically for the creation of impervious surfaces. And, so the more impervious, roofs, whatever, there were exemptions for open decks where the water could filter through and whatnot. But when you start building all these houses and paving parking lots and driveways inside that 150 foot, that impervious surface creates more of a stormwater runoff, which brings more pollutants into our, 7-mile radius from where they pull our intake into at the water department. That's why they laxed that a little bit from the 7-mile point up. They dropped it from 150 to 75, but that was strictly all based on the stormwater runoff from all these impervious surfaces. And that's why David said a minute ago, is that our plan should show what are we doing to reduce that,
Here's the net of my question. Let me get to that. If this covers everything, then we don't need those other 3 ordinances. If this governs everything, we don't need a Kusawati.
That's exactly right. That's what we're saying. If we incorporate.
Am I correct or am I not? That's the point.
Those corridors and everything were established by, what was predecessor to Rome, was it, mine is based in Dalton.
Now, the corridors were established by DMR.
But I think it was implemented through.
Well, the regional commission,
Yeah.
which Charlie sits on
Yeah, so.
the board there, but
But you don't,
DNR actually created the corridors. I would
All my
like to-
question was,
What Dallas is going to suggest is this eliminate everything from this document of land use and soil erosion. I don't think that's the answer, and I can look at it some more, but I can give you a solid answer today, yes or
Or
no.
the way I took his question is, what we were talking about earlier about revising our, whatever we need to do, ordinance or whatever, based on the watershed districts. I'm not sure if they,
Relaxation, you're talking about thinking, he's talking about relaxation
of the buffers.
The buffers. He's talking
No, I'm
about
going with the
redundancy.
whole ordinance.
He's talking about
Yeah,
the whole ordinance.
Really, there shouldn't be a whole lot of other criteria other than the buffer requirements. The rest of that should kind of be somewhat,
no, they're all
Coincide.
redundant. I mean,
But you got different watersheds and everything, so.
that shouldn't change anything if the buffers.
as an example, if this ordinance that we are having to live with in the state covers wetlands, then why do we have a wetlands ordinance?
What I
In
would
addition to
suggest
that, that's
is,
the question.
what I would suggest is, we know we gotta pass this ordinance, let's pass it, and let's get through some of these other things we've got really
I'm with you.
hammering
That's
at us,
okay.
and then we can go back and
That's
revisit
okay.
this.
That's okay, but I think we're.
It probably, this will probably replace some of the wording that you have in your existing ordinances. This is an upgrade that comes from the state.
I know.
I would like to see that because I haven't seen it yet. I want to know how it affects my department, if at all.
I don't believe that, Jim. I really
You
think
think it's just
I really
the,
think it's buffers, and now, I'm not referring to permitting on, EPD or, Corps of Engineers or anything for building bridges or whatever, which is probably referenced in there, but we, it's been business as usual for us, the way we enforce our,
Mhm.
soil erosion ordinance and whatnot. I kind of took it as, we took like the gist of this and put it in our ordinance, just kind of condensed it down and used that as a guide, because a lot of this stuff references what's in there anyway.
Yeah, it references that state law.
I thought they
Yeah.
condensed that, put it in here, and then if there's any, because I had a question not long ago, it says in our ordinance, David, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I had a customer bring it to me and says, it says right here that the director, didn't say of what, it said the director can approve a variance on a stream down to 25, to the state minimum 25 foot, if that stream is a secondary trout stream. And I called Steve Marchin on it, and Steve said, oh, no, that's not your department director, that's director of EPD. And I said, well, that shouldn't even be in there then. I said, that's a stream buffer variance, that's not a, who's going to be able to reach your director and get him to come out and issue a 25-foot variance to a secondary trout stream? So anyhow, he said that term, the definition that was in our ordinance come from the model ordinance right there.
Yeah, moving right along.
So anyhow, yeah.
But Jim, if it's funded by the Department of Transportation,
Do we need a motion to add the executive session to the
We have
agenda?
citizens wishing to speak, in case there's
Ah,
anybody.
yes, I always forget that.
Ron,
That's because they always usually speak whenever they want to.
Citizen.
he's got some more stuff.
I already said all I need to for Jim, so.
All right, so now, do we need a motion to add that to the agenda?
And this is to discuss, property acquisition.
Property acquisition. Executive session to discuss property acquisition.
second, Travis's
All in
motion.
favor? Aye. So now we do executive session. Second. All in favor?
All I did every day. Oh, they
You trying to rub it in?
No, they're actually not good.
Hey, take care of my wife.
Georgia.
We beat Georgia.
You will
We'll
be.
try to make this.
We did beat them.
Before you run off,
Of course, I say that, but I don't know what David wants to talk
Soak it up.
before you run off, I get on here.
Hang on.
It's gonna be,
I look at it every day.
If I acquire this fire truck and put it next to my
No.
driveway, will I get a lower ISO?
No, I have already discussed there's actually two up there, and I've discussed with Tony.
Sir?
One of them.
I'm here, y'all ready to get
We're
started?
gonna convert to
We just went into executive session.
Are you serious? Okay, so let me get my.
Tony's already good with me.